between counting yourself out and realizing that there's not pressure for us to go on a run and we can just play our damnedest. I think that's the mentality that's brought them this far already.
I think that that they can see themselves as winners.
I mean, they most definitely could, right? I mean, look, everyone's here in this competition for a reason. These are, from stage 1 to now, these are the best teams on the stage. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point, right? But I think that at the end of the day, when you break down both sides of the field here, Heretics, they're going to be playing with house money, right? They've made it this far in this tournament, to your point, Mimi. So they can't just keep going with that more.
I mean, that mentality won champions for EDG last year. We've seen it before. And I really think that this tournament, when I'm watching EDG, is about managing expectations and managing pressure. You have this massive crowd. People have been waiting for you to come and step up, and they're starting on a bang. It's a comp change for EDG. They're taking a page out of their compatriots FPX's book and going for a double controller comp with an Astra and an Omen. I've never seen a comp like this before on Sunset.
I mean, I have to say, this is the same that they were running. They just changed the Viper for the Astra. They want a little bit more of cell utility. Maybe they understand that the changes might be too extreme. Now, is Heretics going to be prepared for this because they decided to come here?
Well, we're ready to get into the first map, which means it's time to let our casters cook. Here's Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. This is going to be a really exciting match. Obviously, EDG, the #1 seed out of China Dre, playing in their home studio, but also starting off on Sunset is fascinating. I believe it was Mimi who mentioned it at the desk. Heretics have already beat 2 Chinese teams on this map, 13-4, 13-5, or 13-3, 13-4, something like that.
A stomping, and that was mainly because of Woot. He just had his way with both those teams, and I mean, he's going to go for a three-peat right here, but they are going to be starting on the defensive side against this double controller composition. Now, EDG, they normally run the Viper instead of the Astra, but I imagine we're going to see some very similar ideas of basically trying to get that elbow control at A, and then depositing alert, and maybe going back, funneling players towards mid, trying to manipulate a rotation.
It feels like the first time a team has had the opportunity to pivot away from the Viper comps that they normally run, given the fact that they come in as the #1 seed. A little bit more time in the lab to figure something out. We'll see if it pays off, as EDG is on the attacking side. And they've got Kong Kong with light armor and a classic.
And it has to be a slow approach for EDG because there's so much info utility out of the side of Heretics. You want to bait it out like they're doing right now, and then just stabilize the round and try to find an opening when those items are on cooldown.
A flurry of bullets. Going across the middle of the map, and a couple of members have taken damage. 3 on the side of EDG, a little bit worse for wear. But they have turned their attention towards A. There is some presence from the defensive side. Woot and Boo are here, with Rian's not too far off.
He tucked the Gecko Flash. Woot is free.
Oh, it's so effortless for Woot in that position. He even spotted Kong Kong on the third, dealing a little bit of damage, not getting the kill.
Oh,
now coming through, 3 on the round.
30 seconds
You mentioned
left.
how good Wu was in the last 2 matches against Chinese squads on this map. He hasn't missed a step.
Yeah, the skill level of Woot is off the charts right here. I mean, he gets 4 to secure the round on Haodong. And EDG going into this round, they did a really good job of baiting out some of those rechargeables, but I mean, Woot, I don't know if it was prep or what, but on that default box at A, I mean, he was able to tuck away from the Gecko Flash and not be seen at all. And I mean, no one's gonna be looking there because it didn't connect. And then after this, I mean, he's just hitting some nice shots.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Let's go, baby. Come on. And the handshakes are coming out in the first round. An excellent start for the #2 seed from EMEA.
Yeah, he's 3 off a Raze ult as well.
They're giving him a Guardian full armor too.
Jeez, it could be so deadly in the hands of Woot. It will be early A control for the defending side, and for the opposite, just a slow walk into B main. But Bomb is all the way in mid.
Yeah, that's scary.
And there's a Cypher trip that should be ahead of this. Doesn't get broken quite yet.
Benji Fishy is watching that way. The spike rotating back towards main. And Benji the first to take contact. Nade invested in his direction. But EDG have funneled out onto the site. They've taken a lot of the space. They've even gotten Smoggy really far up, playing in the smoke. But Pat attack over the top, not able to connect onto the second.
It's scrappy.
Enemy remaining.
But it seems to be slowing down.
What was that from Smoggy?
He's gonna have to 1v2 with the classic to win this one out. and he's not going to be given much of a shot. Heretics will get their second. Woot, off of that, is going to have his ult online in the third round.
And that's the perfect round to have a showstopper because...
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first full buy for EDG. If it's a nice setup play for Woot, I mean, maybe off of a cam or even some other utility that we've seen them do, like through a smoke, maybe with a dart, you can really destroy EDG's economy and potentially snowball this game out of control on the defending side. And also, Heretics have done a really good job of taking A space early on and pivoting to the top mid area and kind of just trying to re-clear that entire area, fighting. They're seeking those fights out. So they're very proactive so far on their defensive side. And this is what I was talking about. You might see a rocket play off of the Cypher camera.
You can tell he's going to want to go. He has nothing but a ghost.
Yep.
Full armor. Nothing to lose here.
It's so smart to do that too because he doesn't need that Guardian on this side of the map if he has that showstopper.
Yeah.
Why not give it to somebody that's playing on A, and that's Patatek, who, by the way, he's been great with his mechanics. I mean, all tournament long. He's been hitting some really nice headshots. It will be a slow approach for EDG, and honestly, for all the viewers out there, get used to this. Early on in the matches on Sunset, they like to play this way. They like to play slow, bait out utility, see what they can do, see what they're working with, and then they transition in the middle of the half and start playing more aggressive, and they change the pace. That's something EDG is really good at doing, but that camera...
Oh, it's gonna split it. Not connecting or anything. Remember, it was just a ghost on the other side.
Yeah.
Wingman will go out, or at least try to. Not tagging on anyone as a spike has not made its way past the threshold. Kong with 2 kills. Chichu weak, but a little bit of space for the attack. A nade in his hand too.
Man, Patatek right now, he's just waiting for Buddha, link up with him, and potentially start the retake. But Kong, oh, the nade misses, so he's gonna have to hard clear the close left.
Hitting an awkward little crevice.
That's unfortunate. So Omen Flash will be the cue for the retake. Patatek gets the entry. I spoke about how he's so good at one-tapping players. And all of a sudden, that freeze that EDG did, it's working against them.
Smoggy has to tank, tries to get the spike, and he will fall. The bonus the way of Heretics. What a start.
That was a huge impact from Benji to get that trade in A main, B main, after Woot missed that showstopper. But yeah, I mean, we saw in full effect what giving the gun to Patatek does in this scenario. I mean, he made full value of it. And I like EDG's approach of slowing down the round, waiting for a mistake from Heretics, but the time just clocked down too low, and it ultimately worked against them.
I mean, they hard froze.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, just like that, you're on another eco round. There will be stingers in full effect, though.
They're all here, and it's all messy. Haodong's the only one who has found success as Heretics shut the door on EDG once more.
One suppressed.
I mean, Woot is just the linchpin of this team of Heretics on this duelist role. And yeah, he said that he feels a lot of the pressure, and that makes sense. Much like how Patatek felt the pressure at Chichu right here.
But you wouldn't believe it watching the kid play.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I mean, he's ice cold. If that's what he's like being nervous, I can't even imagine what he's like when he's not.
Yeah. What does it look like when he's confident?
The lad is mad. And right now, EDG, they're going to have to re-clear all their spawn. They're worried about a flank from Benji Fishy.
Yeah, he could be anywhere at this point. There hasn't been any info gathered.
And the cool thing about this situation is that I think he also has a cam that sees the mid walk-up from B, so they don't really have to play on this B site at all.
Yeah.
They can just play the disciplined game, play together.
30 seconds.
I mean, both these players of EDG are sitting at 5 HP apiece. I mean, that's not something you see every day. I don't know how they're so synced up like that. But the IGL of Haodong, he's going to have to try to do anything they can to win this round.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
And I imagine it's just going to be so hard. I mean, Rians has Sova Dart, he's got the drone, he's got 2 shocks. I mean...
Yeah, a lot of advantages Wavy of the defense here. Rians cleans up the 2 that remain in pretty effortless fashion. Now he's going to get the defuse and his ult online for the next round. Heretics have started off masterfully. I mean, they've got plenty of money. They're going to have, they've already had 1 ult in Woots. Now they're going to have Rians to play around as well.
Here's that replay of Woot just running through the smoke, helping his teammate Boo out. who got Omen flashed early in that round. I mean, he almost went down right there, but the stinger shot's just not able to connect. Benji Fishy is vibing right now. So nice to see.
Early timeout called from After. Given that they're down 4 rounds, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
See what adjustments have to be made.
Yeah, and they have to. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on EDG as well in this match because Heretics is the team that took down their brothers. They took down both the Chinese teams that, I mean, EDG beat, so they have to kind of be like that big brother and help their little bro out. But so far, I mean, it's just been the Woot show. 7-2. I mean, Rian's cleaned up that last round, and that'll put him on a showstopper. I mean, sorry, the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
He's wrong character.
I mean, and Boo hasn't even died yet. It's just looked really good out of Heretics early on. I think, obviously not phased, not concerned about who's playing on the other side of the stage. They look really comfortable. They look great.
And this is kind of to be expected. This is Heretics' map pick. EDG, the last time they played it, I mean, I think they may have won it in overtime. It was like 16-14, but it wasn't pretty at all. And right now, I mean, the Viper is kind of maybe would have been better for EDG with the way that I've seen them play it so far. I mean, you don't have that value of putting the wall up, dropping it, and being able to lurk up, walk up on a timing.
It's just so tough to say.
Yeah. They're trying to set it up, though.
Yeah.
They're trying to set it up with the Astra one-way here on the left side. But, I mean, we saw Woot just completely disrespect it.
Right.
Granted, it was an eco round, so, I mean, maybe he would have gotten punished on a gun round.
Careful.
My guess is that's not the last time he's going to try to push that smoke the way he did.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Heretics are already instantly backing off of A, ready for, like, a mid-crunch.
Nobody with this Thrash online. They're going to have to deal with some of the Cypher util again.
But this is why you see Heretics playing off the site. They don't want that Thrash to get value.
Right, and they have Rian's his ult.
Yep.
So as soon as they realize where the hit is, he can just pop that thing.
Yeah, I wonder if they decide to flood in. Ooh, that knife hitting.
I think that was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody gets tagged by the knife to suggest they're staying B, and you see it on the minimap, they're all rotating back A.
Yeah, it keeps a couple players from Heretics staying.
Exactly.
No rotation towards that A site. This should be a free hit, potentially even a kill, a punish on the Boo here, who hasn't dropped yet.
That noise should be cute. Instantly, Woot starts to rotate back.
Oh yeah! 30 seconds.
And now the Thrash invested, you see him funneling away, giving the space. Boo not wanting to reckon with that. Manages to avoid it. No techs found. And now the Hunter's Fury from Spawn. Boo spotting Kong, swatting him out of the sky.
The time, Doug.
Again, becomes a factor with 10 seconds left. They haven't really made it out of elbow yet. Woot's still trying to dash around, trying to dance around, staying alive at least for a little bit longer, but ultimately falling with 3 seconds left. Are they going to be able to get the spike down? They will.
Planted.
About a second was the difference. And now 4v3, the way they attack. Heretics patient with their approach, patient with the attempt at a flood. Benji will fall. Patatech and Boo left in a 2v4. An ult still at the disposal of EDG for Chichu in case it's needed. But they're just so comfortable with this. EDG are on the board.
Yeah, and at the end there for the post plat, I mean, EDG set up a perfect crossfire, making it nearly impossible to break through.
Right there.
And that came down to the wire, but they're so clutch in these moments. Not a doubt in their minds that they had the time to go for this. And that entry, I mean, that was so clean onto Rian's. That was everything. So finally, EDG will get on the board and have a chance to string some rounds together. Kong is sitting on a showstopper. Chichu does have that Astral ultimate. But Woot is already doing a walk down mid.
There's the ult. He's kind of on his own here. Separated really far. I don't think the knife is going to tag much. I think that was also really conditioning with how Woot continues to play back box.
Yeah.
Kong guessing that's where he was going to be.
Yeah, why not clear it? I mean, he's gotten so much value in that spot. All map long so far.
Yeah, it doesn't connect, but the space has been cleared. Now EDG with a bit of an advantage.
What a good molly.
Yeah,
and a nade.
Gosh, both of them. Nobody unable to survive the spam. Incapable of staying alive. Kong playing up close as the cage goes down, so does he. EDG again have been picked apart. So it's a 2v4 though. If they can settle, they've got it close, but Smoggy and Howdong fall at the worst time.
That was a very convincing retake for Heretics. I mean, yeah, there's only 2 players alive, but the initial fight, that initial exchange against the 4 players in that A lane, it just went their way. Their spacing was perfect, the trades were on point, the utility to flush out a kill for Boo in the beginning, and then he's just sitting on top of that box that can see over the smoke. Very well played from Team Heretics on that retake. Especially with how the last, retake went. EDG had such good crossfires this time. Not exactly a crossfire onto that lane area.
Oh, I think you're right too. You mentioned the spacing and how good it looks for Heretics. Even in that fight as the cage goes down, the ability to trade every single member in case it got messy.
And as an attacker on this map, now you have to be worried about all that discipline. It like kind of soaks into your brain. You're like, oh, if I really do go for a random peek, there's gonna be 2, maybe 3 guys holding me.
It's kind of hamstrings the way you want to approach a situation. Cosmic Divide invested B.
Oh, they're ready to fight this though.
They're getting ahead of it too. They've got the dart, they've got the cage to cover and then spam if anything connected, but nothing through. Spike's still planted though. They've invested Patatech's ult, but they're playing so close that Shock is up close and personal. 2 members of EDG fall. Chichu and Nobody trying to hang on to the round. It's just Nobody who's here. Chichu's gonna be on a really late flank. Nobody has to play his life, and he can't. There's just not enough time. There's not enough space. The defuse will come through without a challenge.
It was the moving death ball approach from Heretics that secured them that round. And yeah, the showstopper doesn't connect from Woot. But I mean, that Cypher ult, that was everything. You just spam Nobody through the smokes, doesn't matter where he is. Yeah, he had nowhere to play. And right here, I mean, Rian's got away with murder with that little wide swing.
Dude, I don't know how.
He just broke the crosshairs of EDG in that moment.
And then let Benji, Fishy, and Patatech clean it up.
Yeah.
Feels like they shouldn't have gotten away with it, but 5 rounds now separating these two. EDG have found the tiniest sliver of success, but other than that, it's been all Heretics all the way.
And they've tried a lot of different looks. I mean, you've tried doing a fast A default. You've tried slowing the round down, feinting that you're going A, and then going back to mid. Then you've done B main hits, so like nothing is working right now for EDG.
Here.
And that's mainly because Heretics, I mean, they're playing the map so well. They're proactive after they take A space. Boo is just living on A. He gets out of the site. The only real success EDG has had was with this Thrash towards the A side of the map. That's why you see them funneling here again. Oh!
Almost.
He almost got the timing.
And he's still going to take a little bit of nade damage. The plant got interrupted. It's going to be on Nobody to pick it back up and try a second time.
He still has that Thrash, though, for the post plant.
Yeah. And they've managed to create enough space, so even if he wasn't able to fully commit to the plant, Wingman wasn't. Now they can
Here we go.
Move a little bit more. Thrash going in forward. Howdong the first to fall. Nobody trying to swing through smokes. He's going to spot 2, but only able to connect on 1. 3v3 for the round. TP invested by Smoggy. Where is he going? Just enough to create a distraction. Konkon feeling a lot of the pressure. Able to get another kill with 36 HP. That's all he'll find. Rians is healthy. 2 on the other side. He's already spotted the hand of 1. Not able to land the shots.
Double swing, Shirley.
Yeah, such a tough position to be in. They're going to face him here. He's gotten it to half. 9 bullets left, though. Even if they try, time is just not on his side. EDG play that beautifully. Chichu gets 3 as EDG find their second.
And that's the second beautiful post plant on that A site that secures EDG around. They play those crossfires so well. This time, in that A lane, the trades go into their favor, make it a 3v3. And, I mean, you saw at the end there, there's just too many angles to look at. The whole time, Chichu was just playing in the back here, just toying with Rians. That's a very disciplined post plant. I really like that from EDG. Those are good signs. If they can emulate that on the B side of the map, they might have success there too.
All right. Really high flash with Boo taking space and the Dizzy over the top to try to keep it back, but it got cleared instantly.
That pickup star, it might be conditioning for future rounds. Maybe you'll see some players behind it the next time you see that. Try to catch off
Right there.
Woot. or Boo get a kill, and then that'll open up the entire map for EDG. But this time around, that slow approach that we've seen in the first couple rounds of the half.
But even then, you know, you talked, Dre, earlier about how they have tried a number of different looks. They've tried being aggressive.
Yeah.
They've tried the more slow, defaulty look. Even this, while it's a little bit slower, much like we've seen in some of the earlier rounds of the half, the way they're exploring the map is different.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's a change of pace for sure. And, I mean, the success that they had was, I mean, the 2 rounds was off of that Thrash. But it's like the rounds where they don't have the ults where it kind of just falls apart for them.
Right. You mentioned that they need to try to find some success B because it's look good on A. Can they do it here?
30 seconds.
They do
Core
get the
leaning
spike
towards
down.
the site. You see the utility already dumped down, but Benji Fishy playing back site, getting 2.
Standing ahead.
This is going to be such a tough thing to hold to 3v5.
I don't think they know that Kong Kong's in this spot, though. And nobody's in market, so Kong Kong needs to go huge here for EDG.
The Paranoia traded. Kong Kong, oh, he's able to get 1, but the clip runs dry. He's not able to connect anymore. Benji Fishy with 3, Chichu left alone. The lack of success on B continues. Chichu's able to get his 1, Riens holding the defuse all the way. Benji Fishy with 4. Heretics continue to roll.
That's all because of the disruption that Benji Fishy and Riens had on that initial B hit. You don't expect just a Sova and a Cypher to do stuff like this. I mean,
Planted.
you had full utility on the site. You have all 5 players alive. The bomb is going down, and all of a sudden you're being faced with this fire of Benji Fishy and Riens. Heretics, their game plan is to disrupt, not allow it to go into that 5-on-5 post-plant scenario. Because that's where the double controller shines. I mean, you can delay so many lanes and kind of cycle the utility. And if EDG baits out early utility from Heretics, I mean, they might not have even a flash to run through those smokes. So
Yeah.
that's what they're trying to set up. This time it will be a walk into elbow, but if Kong Kong decides to walk up here without using utility, he's going to be met by a judge. Should be a couple 1-pumps here, but I imagine they might use something.
Nothing. They're using nothing other than their bodies. Kong Kong somehow manages to get his 1, but Patapek on the trade. The timing is beautiful. The swing is almost perfect.
Bomb buddy out.
Even with him getting away with just 1 with the judge. I mean, Heretics are just, they're just destroying EDG on this half, man.
That follow-up utility off the contact with Boo, that was some of the most clean stuff I've seen.
The flash, the molly, I mean, the dart, it was,
And it was in tandem, right? It was like, off of Woot's contact, we have a right-click flash out of Potty Tech. Not only do we have that, but Riens has a lineup dart that lands in the back of elbow, and then he's able to go for even more with another right-click. I mean, this was beautiful. Oh, it tags! That's what happened.
Tragic.
The dart tag, Kong Kong, I didn't even see that. That is definitely tragic. I was wondering if he had like a lineup dart or something. That will be the second timeout for EDG. They're gonna have no more going forward. And you kind of have to. I mean, 8-2 is a very decisive and convincing lead for Heretics. But just to remind everybody, this is not EDG's map pick, and they did switch it up. This is the first time that they've ran an Astra over the Viper on this map, and maybe that is playing a factor. They're just not used to playing it in a match setting.
Maybe. They've had a couple of cool ideas. You mentioned some of the recalled smokes, but yeah, it's been really tough for them to find success, and I think we can attribute some of that to the comp change, but I think the big takeaway here is Heretics just continues to dominate on Sunset. We mentioned earlier, they've bested the other 2 Chinese teams that are playing in this tournament, and now they're having their way with EDG as well.
And a big part of that is the anchor players for Team Heretics. They kind of allow the rest of the players to be enabled and do a lot of stuff on the retakes.
It's like they're running into a brick wall every single time they try to hit a site.
Yeah.
And the brick wall is sometimes it's Riens, sometimes it's Benji Fishy, sometimes it's Woot. Like,
See you on the other side.
You kind of have to invest a lot of utility on these early chokes to get up with the comp of EDG. And the way that Boo plays this A side of the map where he's consistently just jump peeking and then backing up, delaying you with the Omen flash, and this time he's going to get aggressive. I mean, all these things play a factor of him not getting punished and baiting out your own utility.
A big round here for the attack. 2 ults online, 2 within 1 point. Pattek getting a lot of info mid there.
So confident. And that proactivity, I mean, it makes you have to just seize and just wait. Makes you rethink how you want to approach the round. The thing is off of that first layer of utility, EDG don't go back up mid. And Heretics kind of give it. So they don't have a read on what Heretics is really doing after that first set of delay utility.
The nade to clear the trip, the satchel forward, the Benji Fishy again has not been cleared now. Going down at the hands of Chi-Chi. The rocket not gonna connect either as the Hunter Fury has been invested by Rians. Woot playing further back. Unfortunately having to watch as Konkon gets the best of his teammate. But they're still keeping him back. Instantly on the trade, a 2v2 as the nade comes back out. How do Pattek and Boo get back in on this? The Paranoia only connecting on one. Smoggy over Konkong's shoulder, delivers the shot. Leaving Pattek alone, a 1v2, a tap of the spike, the swing coming through. Not able to connect on the shots. Konkong with 3 as EDG get there as well.
Konkong hyping up the crowd with that 3K. Brought his team back into it. Heretics did a good job of re-clearing the lurk in mid. But the answer back from Konkong, that was huge. Look at this right here. Nice shot onto Woot. And then Smoggy, this kill right here to support Konkong, who was completely Omen flashed. Nice work from EDG.
Last round of the half, 3 ults on the side of the attack.
And they have a Thrash. They're 2 for 2 on Thrash round wins right now. EDG do a really good job of using that first Thrash ult and then picking it back up and using it for even more value. And not only on a map like this, but other maps in the future. It's something to look out for if you're Team Heretics. They like to take initial space with it and then pick it back up, maybe go somewhere else. Something that they've done a lot. And this is another showstopper trap, but this time, Howdong, he's way ahead of it.
Meanwhile, they invest the Thrash and the Paranoia on the other side, feeling some of the pressure coming in on one side, filling in on the rest of the map. Konkong has already gotten all the way up into elbow.
And here it is, he's able to pick up the Thrash again and have it for the post plant.
The thing is, they don't have the Paranoia to clear out the box. So they're gonna have to try to get through that. They got lineups, but it bounced a little bit off the mark.
You want more? Here's more.
Still tucked behind the Cosmic Divide. Pattek will get tagged, but not without taking one with him.
One enemy remaining.
Leaving Woot in a 1v3. Woot, who started off the half in electric fashion, is gonna have to close it, bookend it, if he wants to win this thing out. Otherwise, EDG will get to 4.
Oh, this nade will have Konkong have to peek.
That's heat-seeking, but Konkong gladly takes that swing. 3 on the round for Duelist as EDG salvaged the first half.
Yeah, 4 rounds. I mean, with the way that it was looking for Heretics, they were up, what, 8-2? So they definitely salvaged the half, and that was off the back of Konkong. Who else? Who other than Konkong? Beautiful play on this site. And even in the post plants, even if Konkong drops there, you imagine that Howdong and whoever else was on site, I forget who it was, would just play that discipline. EDG are a very disciplined team in these scenarios.
Konkong popping off, getting the crowd back into it. As you mentioned, EDG have gotten all the way up to 4 rounds, and it's been in the best that Heretics has been able to throw. We've got Mika standing by with Chinese professional basketball player Guo Ailun.
We have another special guest in the audience right now. We have Guo Ailun, who is a professional basketball player. Thank you so much for being here. What does it feel like seeing esports and gaming on a stage like this in Shanghai?
想首先请问一下，觉得在上海线下观看我们的电竞比赛，来到我们的5位竞技场，感受怎么样呢？
开心、热血，为什么呢？因为这是一项国际项的大赛啊！因为很高兴就看到这么多来自世界不同国家的顶尖的5位契约选手聚在上海，然后这个城市，这个热情的城市，我觉得让我现在自己来说也替他们非常的高兴和热血沸腾啊。
I was really happy and feel the passion about the, it's an international tournament. Also, all of the top players from all of the leagues, and I feel like deep in my heart, I feel so happy for them.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And of course, as an athlete as well, what is your mentality going into a big competition like this? What is the advice that you can give these players?
那想请问您，作为一位职业选手，您是以什么样的心态再去面对各种世界性的赛事呢？以及有没有一些助言和建议能给到我们的职业选手呢？
参加这种国际的比赛，跟国外的顶尖选手对抗，他们肯定心里或多或少说上场之前有一些紧张嘛，然后带着我们这些国人的粉丝的期待嘛，然后我希望他们能我在场就是可能就是把自己尽量想的简单一些，然后不要心里有那么多杂念，然后就是去上场以后放松着去干这件事儿，不要想着后果，也不要想着自己是谁，放下所有的包袱，要这样才能发挥出所有的自己的能力吧。希望他们，我希望给他们谈不上建议吧，希望就是让他们像平常训练一样放松一些来面对这次比赛，不要给自己的结果设更多预想，然后就会顺其自然发挥到出自己最好的水平，结果就会顺其自然的好。
I think when you faced against all of the top players from all of the league, you have to be like nervous. But from my perspective, I think when you participate in international tournament like this, you need to like just take it easy. Don't think too much. Just play as good as you play as Euro, and I think you will play good.
Well, thank you so much for your time, CSJ, and let's get back to the game.
还有一个问题没问呢，你告诉他。齐家靠我再抢点镜吗？快开始了吗？没有问题，没有时间问我了。
您想说可以直接跟大家分享一下吧？
其实还有一个问题准备好，他们问我什么时候是最让我激动的时刻，然后我都已经想好，如果今天唯一代表现在我们中国的战队 EDG 夺冠那天是我最激动的时刻，我希望能大家一起等着那天到来。
Oh, what an entry into the second half. We'll see if they're able to carry that momentum. EDG down 4, but now on the defensive side as Heretics will have to test their mettle. Again, a map that they have found so much success on. Forced to close this one out.
And this is a big test. I mean, you said it, Doug, momentum. This pistol round is everything to see if it truly did shift in EDG's favor after closing out those last 2 rounds of the half.
Heretics haven't made very much noise this round at all.
They did dart B early on and get info there. And that's what ended up leaving 3 players of EDG there. So this A hit that comes in for Heretics, this could be really deadly.
It's the only bit of noise they made. The smoke goes up. Really right on time. Nobody's going to be paranoid. Trying to dance around it. Still getting a shot. The frenzy connecting. But Heretics have gotten all the space they could possibly want. Kong falling as well as Chichu's on the swing.
Good timing. Omen flashed.
But the flash on the other side. Whoa, Chichu still gets 3. The pistol the way of EDG.
Full steam ahead was Chichu. He found the timing. He slipped the net. And then he swings onto sight with that beautiful Omen flash from Smoggy. What a setup for Chichu. And even at the end there, when Paditek gets unflashed, the poise on Chichu, the confidence, it's back, baby.
There's that paranoia that you're mentioning.
Look at that.
Yeah. Woo. The first one was free. The second one was steady.
It's a hell of a start to the half for EDG. And it kind of felt like they needed that.
3 Bulldogs, a pistol, and a Spectre for EDG. They're all here.
Oh, baby.
1 burst, 2 kills. Now 3 remain for Heretics.
That's everything you want out of the Bulldog. Scoped in kill, that little burst shot. So nice, and they're just not stopping at all. Kong and Haodong, the IGL. Everybody cleaning up the round with Bulldogs. Super healthy going into this next round. I wonder if Smoggy even tries to invest here. All he used was a ghost in that round. And the cool thing about this composition that EDG are running, the double controllers, you have a one-way coming out at A, you had a pickup star in B main. And yeah, Heretics checked that B main smoke. But 2 players of EDG were just right behind it, waiting for the walk-up.
You were wondering whether or not Smoggy would invest because all he had was a ghost. They will buy full armor and a guardian.
They have a very good chance of at least damaging the economy of Heretics here.
Flash dart combo, a little bit of space, take an elbow.
Oh, they're fighting
But Smoggy and nobody, one over the other. And it's a 1-for-1. Managing to TP to get away. Meanwhile, Kong satchel to get back towards A, so he's not going to have that. as the rest of the round goes on. Still has room to play around, though, as he has quietly slipped. Back box. Getting tagged by his teammate Paranoia, but finding the right time to swing and landing the shots too. 8 bullets left though, 18 HP. He's been surrounded, too many targets to choose from. And Haodong left in a 1v3.
The trades were perfect for Heretics. Kong, I mean, he almost had that one. Now it's all left down to Haodong in this 1v3, the IGL. And he has a trip in front of him too. 2 players of Heretics are low though.
See if he tags onto any of them. He's arrived with enough time to think this one through, but I mean, you painted a really good picture. The trip, the fact that there are 3 on the other side, he's by himself. Would be so difficult to connect on, and then the Paranoia timing from Boo is just so nice. As soon as the smoke goes down, he realizes if they're going to be pushing from that side, the Paranoia would connect. Haodong looking to catch anything on the way out that he can. He will find one.
This is no problem.
That's all he'll get. Heretics get to 9, and the attempt at a bonus, the possibility of one is gone.
Yeah, EDG did a really good job in this round of, you know, bringing it back and getting a lot of the guns out and armor. Now, you know, the buy from Heretics is kind of scrappy. We're seeing a Bulldog out of Rians. Here's the nice trading onto the actual site when the hit came for Heretics. But Kong, I mean, he got in that site, and if this keeps happening in the future, maybe when he has a Vandal that can one-shot headshot, that's a completely different round. Maybe EDG take that round. There will be another 3-2 setup for EDG. They're opting to play really far back, and oh my gosh, speaking of an op.
The op in the hands of Kong.
And he's easily one of the best oppers in the game. Smoggy here, he played this round, he played that spot last round, and it's all to set up Kong here with the operator.
Again, and now he's holding the line. He took the game by storm with this weapon. Can he connect again? Yes. Not able to satchel away, though, as Rians puts him down. Heretics with a numbers advantage and space to be gained on the site. Smoggy close by, Chichu as well. Kept back by the smokes. The tags through. They might try to wrap around him.
They might find a window of opportunity here on this wrap around. I mean, right now, Boo is not ready here at all, but
drops the smoke to cross.
Speak of the devil, but if they just face check this, they still might find the timing.
There's no way to expect that. That's what they'll be. If they don't make any noise, Rians is looking that way. And he drops the first. That shot was so clean. Chichu in a 1v4. He's not standing up to that.
And the trading from Rians onto Kong in this round, that was ridiculous. Mid-satchel, he insted Kong. And, I mean, that operator entry, that was beautiful. Tries to satchel out. I mean, look at this. He's stunned. Oh, my gosh.
It barely left his feet.
He's so quick. And then he closes it out with this.
This was really nice by Rians. I mean, we talked so much about how that double late wrap into elbow could have been disaster. If Rians isn't looking that way, there's so much value found.
And a lot of that was off of Woot actually taking that space in CT.
Right.
They don't have to worry about lane whatsoever because the Cypher cam's there from Benji Fishy. Where else are the players?
Right.
This time around for Heretics, a very quick A default.
To get Woot that showstopper, you're right.
I like that play from EDG. The last couple rounds that Heretics have gone A, they've kind of been in that elbow area. So that was kind of a read that EDG thought they had, but this time around, Heretics, they tap the orb there and they just wait and pause, waiting for a trap play.
And then when they do commit, EDG aren't able to funnel in behind it quickly enough. A little bit slow on the draw.
The rotation was perfect for Heretics. This is a really nicely really nicely called to the round.
Kind of second best result. Haodong's utility is not going to be a factor here, and they can just run him down or at least try to. He will fall. Every single member of EDG has met their demise so far. Kong and Nobody, the only 2 that remain, approaching the site from opposite sides.
I mean, just look at the mini-map, how together of this Deathball Heretics is. Entering the site, you have to fight 2-3 people in front of you with gun disadvantage and utility flooding you. And then they all get out together.
Right, and then if you somehow win those, you're going to have to deal with the rest. A miserable spot to be in. The tap of the spike, drawing out action.
Flawless.
But when you have that big of an advantage, it just looks easy. A flawless round for Heretics as they get up to 11.
Good discipline from Heretics. Even at the end there, using utility to fight the last two players, not dropping guns. I mean,
honestly, in a 5v3 there, you don't necessarily have to be disciplined, right? You think, all right, we're able to clean this up, but they play that really well.
That'll seep into the minds of EDG, not only on this map, but future maps when Heretics are on post plants. And it can be so hard to play against a team that is like that. It kind of feels like you can't really do anything.
Right.
If you force the issue, you're just going to get met by 2-3 players in a crossfire.
This is aggressive out for Woot, the Satchels, but it's actually Konkung who invested his ult on the other side. He's going to find plenty of space. Now it's Woot's turn to try some of the same. The ult not connecting. Both rockets traded. No kills found. Heretics pushing forward, but you've got a lot of presence here. Chichu's just playing on the other side of the smoke. He will fall as Benji Fishy goes backside. But Smoggy on the counter. Smoggy on the punch. 3 found. But Benji Fishy closes it out. Heretics get to map point.
It's again Heretics fighting together on the site. This time they get delayed by an Omen smoke on default. But Rians with that Sova drone, I mean, it just goes straight through the smoke. That gives the confidence to Woot and Pattytack to just run through and just trade out. And the aggressive trip from Benji Fishy as well onto that market area. Yeah, Smoggy gets this 3rd kill after that trip connects, but it's so hard to do more off of that.
I mean, he did everything he could.
What did he say?
They're getting really good at censoring. That's so hard.
Yeah, they are. Another quick B default. I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
But meanwhile, on the other side, EDG again took aggressive space A at the beginning. A Paranoia and a Satchel out. Nothing to be found, though.
What? Haodong tried to take things into his own hands there and just face check that smoke. But now, that Cypher ult's gonna give full info.
They're all here and they know it, but they might try to hit it anyway. Trying to get a crossover to market. Woot with the fadeaway shot. They're just not missing right now.
I mean, you can't make it up. What was that?
Thrash will connect onto Rians. Nobody falls. Smoggy will too. Dominant from beginning to end for Heretics. 13-6.
I mean, EDG did do better than the previous 2 teams. They got 6 rounds, but...
Yeah, but I think it was like 3 rounds and 4 rounds, now 6. It's been ugly. We'll see if Split tells a different story on the other side of this break.
Let's go! Still warm. That's the way I like it as well.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Nilzinho from Team Heretics. So what do you think is the game plan going into Split right now, which is going to be EDG's map pick?
Yeah, so we kind of expected them to pick Split, so we're well prepared for it. We've made a couple of changes to how we're going to approach it after we lost to G2. We kind of threw quite a few bad rounds, so for me, we're just going to focus on our fundamentals. And yeah, we've had a little bit of time to prepare, so hopefully the work we put in pays off on Split.
All right, and we're going to see if it does indeed pay off. We'll see the changes that Team Heretics has brought in.
A focus on the fundies. Man, I tell you one thing. When you guys came back to us here, I didn't expect Heretics to be up 1-0. Not to disparage the good name of Los Niños, pero you know. I mean, like, it's EDG.
Oye, pero lo hacemos en español.
I can't keep up.
I can take over.
But, yeah, you got this from here. But yeah, I mean, for real, like, what an unbelievable game that we just saw from Heretics. Really just showing everyone, proving everyone wrong about this team going into it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Heretics being so confident. Well, not so surprised to see it on Sunset, right? To me, the surprise comes on from the side of EDG. We're talking about the Astra for the first time this year. So many things were different, and Heretics was ready.
And their retakes were incredible in this one. I think they had a really good game plan of playing heavily into back sites, especially when it came into these B hits, and then finding the right opportunity to flood. If you give this EDG comp time to set up in the post plant, they have actually a ton of util to close out these rounds, especially with that Astra, and also proved to be really good with establishing these crossfires. When they're in an advantage, they are good to close out. But I think Team Heretics did a really good job playing together as a team, and especially the util coming from the initiator players of Patatek and Rians, I think were super impactful and set Woot up for a fantastic map.
I mean, I think that is like the best thing that we saw about this map. Yes, we saw a Heretics that was on point, that knew exactly how and when to start with those retakes, how to react to the utility from the Astra, even though it's not an agent that we see that much. But the massive highlight to me has to be Rians. During the Swiss stage, I think that he was a little bit overlooked because everybody was looking at Woods. You know, we had a reason to.
Of course.
But man, oh man, his ults, his shock darts, even when he uses a drone and just catches someone across the cage, I'm like, this kid, when is he going to stop every single piece? Because sometimes we do not see the Sova, and we can understand why some teams do not want to go for it. But you tell me of one round in this entire game that Rians did not have massive impact with every piece of his util.
And I can't tell you that.
Exactly.
I don't think there was a round.
There really wasn't. I mean,
he's an incredibly impactful player.
He was contributing contributing so much to it. And, you know, I mean, we've seen what the impact of a good Sova player can have, right? You know, whether it's like Crashies in Americas for us or even Calm, right? Talking about players who just really thrive in that role.
Leo.
But Leo in the EMEA, of course, like just to have that player be that impactful in the game when all eyes are on the other direction, right? Looking at Kong. But man, you have to be a little bit, you know, like concerned here going into it, because if they feel that confident in Sunset and then they've made those changes that Nilzinho said they made on Split.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be dangerous for Kong and the rest of the game.
It absolutely could. I think Team Heretics is really well adapted to the style that the CN teams are bringing. EDG played a lot of these slow mid-rounds. Team Heretics was really proactive at reclearing space, and they were always at the right place to flood retake on their defense. That wins you rounds, and it's how they got that momentum to snowball the attack side, or the first half, the defense side, that is.
Oh, of course. Well, let's go ahead and hear from Coach after, hear what he has to say as we get ready for Split.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with After, and I have Luna to help with some translation. So After, what was the most difficult thing about playing against Team Heretics? What were they doing that the team EDG was really struggling with?
那请问一下，就是在对阵 TH 的时候，你觉得你们遇到的最困难的部分是什么？
我觉得我们是在对于他们枪感上面嘛，我觉得我们上来适应的比较慢一点，然后他们看起来就是。不管是补枪细节也好，或者是他们的道具配合也好，都会比我们来得更流畅一点。那我们尽量在下一张图把这件事情给做好，然后并且把我们的补枪的协同跟上，然后就至少不要让他们是怎么讲，击杀我们的手杀多一点，然后我们还换不回来的局面上，对。
I think mechanically they have their aiming so clearly, and they got their key. It seems like we're gonna fix that in the next map. And when they got the first kill, we definitely gonna work with our synergy and our aiming.
Well, hopefully that the synergy and the aiming will be on point as we head into the next map.
Well, they're going to need that synergy to really synergize because, I mean, they were looking out of sorts in that Sunset game, which is, you know, not what you had expected from an EDG team that's honestly coming into this one with the most hype that they've ever come into a tournament.
Absolutely. I think we also saw players in terms of what he's talking about the aim there who need to step up not performing. This is one of the few maps where you watch Kong and you're not blown away, right?
Yeah.
Like these guys, the individuals were one of the big reasons they were lighting the world on fire in their international league, and we weren't seeing that here. But going into Split, this should be comfortable territory for EDG. They've played it a ton regionally. They're really strong on this map, and Team Heretics struggled last time we saw them.
Yeah, they struggled a lot. I'd love to hear that, Neil. You know, they've already changed some things, maybe some changes in the composition. We were talking about Patitek. He's no stranger to the race, but something needed to change.
Yeah.
Also, in the fundamentals level, it's very important because G2 got clutch after clutch after clutch, and we're talking about 3v1s. It's talking about the kind of situations that you don't lose. And regarding the compositions, I was highlighting how EDG changed most of the compositions, moving from Masters Madrid into stage 1, and now they're doing it again. I want to see if they're gonna keep that up on Split. If you give up the Viper for the Astra, as I said, first in the year for them on Sunset, are you going to do the same on Split? Is there something that is going to be a constant?
Well, there you go. That's the first change there.
love that for
Patitek's
Team
not on the
Heretics.
raise, and now you got
Makes
Woot
sense.
who's going to be taking that role.
Woot's always been a great Viper player, but I think putting him on the race here just makes sense. He's been in incredible form, and he's already proved to have great synergy with the initiator of Rians.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. But again, all the eyes have to be right now in EDG and how they're going to execute with this. This composition, you know, is nothing crazy, nothing that we haven't seen before, but we need to see some comfort. Kankan was coming alive at the end of that first map, but it wasn't enough.
PaperX is already waiting in the lower bracket. In front of their home crowd, EDG with these expectations can't lose already.
EDG's got to send this one to a third map if we want to stay alive in the upper part of the bracket. Let's send it back over to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. Split on the cards, and you know, Nilzinho was talking about how they knew what were the adjustments they had to make. They changed composition, they changed roles a little bit more specifically, but I think the big takeaway is not just those minor adjustments like that, Dre, but I think they're really prepared for what's going on here. They knew EDG were going to pick Split. They knew what tendencies they like to lean around, and more importantly, they knew their weaknesses when they played against G2.
Yeah, and when they played against G2, I mean, they didn't really show much of anything. I mean, they got completely steamrolled. You know what I mean?
Right.
The only shining light was Heretics' attack side. So the fact that they're starting on this defensive side again, if EDG try to go in with a game plan similarly as G2, it might not work the same way. But I mean, we don't really know yet. We do know that EDG is insane on the attack. We know that Kong likes to use an attack operator, which is very unique, especially in a comp like this. Sometimes they'll leave him on an island working B main alone. I mean, remember Champs, remember all these iconic moments that he's had with that attacking operator. Yes, it was a different composition and nobody was on that jet to support him, but I imagine he's still gonna do the same thing. I've seen him do the same thing in the Valorant Chinese matches that he's played, so it's definitely gonna be an awesome match, and we're finally getting into things right now.
You lied to the people.
Oh, no?
We're not getting into it.
I saw the clock going down. I apologize.
I am being told there is a tech delay. It is
oh,
here.
No.
But, haha, we fixed it. I mean, we didn't fix it. Honestly, we didn't do anything except stand here. And now it's been fixed. Now we're getting into the action. Now we're going to get to see how EDG played the attack side. You were mentioning the importance of Kong with the op and how effective he has historically been with it. See if he can do a bit of the same. Heretics, they've promised adjustments.
Ooh, silent but potentially deadly approach to the round as EDG. No utility invested at all. This contact style is just in the meta right now.
Toggling of that wall.
Here we go.
Now the nade, the flash, the swing. Howdong tagged by Boo on the other side. And Patatek has played his position perfectly. I don't think they know he's here. Meanwhile, Boo trying to strike at the zone. 1 for 1. The paranoia is perfect.
That's bomb too.
Can they settle on this? They're all here.
There's 3 players that'll just fight this A ramp while one watches the vent. But I think they made a step. Smarky should be aware. He does the damage, but he can't convert.
Now Patatek filling in behind it as Howdong falls. Chichu will join him. Pistol the way of Heretics.
That was nice. A Heaven control. Patatek just tucked that entire time in Heaven while Boo is there just taking pop shots. And honestly, Howdong, he jiggled that. He saw Woot there, but it was just still the mechanics of Woot that has been prevailing for this Team Heretics team.
I really like, though, you mentioned it earlier, but I really like the way Patatek played his positioning there, waiting for Boo's paranoia to come out, not just the pot shots, but the utility as well, and then the swing behind it. How do you really handle that in such a tight choke? You can't.
You really can't, and now for EDG, every time you go A ramp, you have to be worried about that A ramp re-clear.
Right.
Yeah, it was only pistols, but you see the potential that they can do, the damage they can do.
Right, and the ideas that they brought into this map. But it doesn't seem like they're interested in A-Ramp this time around. They get the Orb B into the hands of Kong. With the Sheriff in hand, there's a slightly different re-clear.
Gets the info.
Persistence. Very nicely done.
And a Judge at the end of this, too.
We saw some Judge antics in the previous map. As silly as they were.
Didn't get as much value as we thought it would, but the follow-up utility is what shined in that moment. This time, I mean, Rians, he doesn't have any help at all. No util, nothing. So he has to really at least kill 2, 3 players even. Otherwise, EDG will have a free A site. On the minimap right now.
And a Judge.
Yeah. On the minimap right now, we saw Woot moving, but the contact will be here.
Oh, they're trying to fake that it's a mid hit. There's perfect, it's 1. But that's all it is, so the Judge will get picked up, the site will be open, Kong finding value, getting a little bit closer to that ult. We've got so many rifles on the other side, this will be so difficult. Kong with high ground, he's gonna re-clear Heaven, he's potentially gonna re-clear ramps as well.
Such a good spot with the Judge, he's gonna have to drop though, because of the pressure from Heretics on A ramp. I mean, I think you heard that.
With nobody at his side. A reposition, now tucking back elbow. The paranoia, again, is going to connect onto at least 2. But where's the flood behind it? The spit keeping them back for now. Forcing them to come out through Heaven. Woot creeping forward, Kong with the Judge, finding value. They're able to snatch this thing back. Oh, but it's only 1. Disaster avoided, but damage dealt from EDG, man.
Yeah, they did a really good job. That's what, 2 times in a row Kong has traded that Judge. And then this time they're able to get the bomb down on top of it, do even more damage.
What do you get, 2, 3 kills with that thing?
Yeah. I mean, he's already 3 to a showstopper.
Yeah.
That's gonna be big for the future rounds. Here's the replay. Nice shots from Chichu too.
Got him. 1 enemy remaining.
And on the side of Heretics, it's this disciplined approach on the retakes. That's why they had so much success on the last map. I didn't really catch what he said right there, but I imagine it's, you know, just keep it calm.
Bomb buddy out.
Early one way already. bested and disrespected.
And Woot, he started on the A side of the map early on. But since there was no rush, it looked like he was playing for a rush. Since there wasn't one, he's able to lean already towards the B side of the map. And the proactivity right now from Heretics is really impressive.
Flash getting a little info, the paranoia and the swing. They continue to impress.
That was a stellar entry right there from Woot. So decisive, so confident. He ran all the way from A side to get that.
Well, and the desk was talking about it, right? They've kind of gotten used to what these Chinese teams are going to want to play, these slow defaults at the beginning of the attack rounds. If Heretics can find the right place to strike, as they have been doing, as they did on Sunset, as they've done here, they're going to continue to punish it. And it's little things like that decision right there at the beginning of the round to pounce B main that will give them this advantage.
They're doing such a good job, Team Heretics. That's going to force the A split, the walk up. But there's trips here, Doug.
30 seconds
a
left.
Deep smoke into spawn. Patitech will have to clear it.
No way.
Now gets through. Rien's finding a little space behind it as well. Oh, how does Benjifishy get away with that? With the ghost. Is he able to upgrade a weapon? Yeah, he is. 10 seconds left. The spike's out of reach. Smoggy's gonna have to push his way through it just to pick it up. One kill found, but that's another round the way of Heretics.
Oh my gosh.
That's perfect.
EDG. They're kicking themselves for losing that round. Benji, Fishy with the ghost and elbow. I thought it was over once Rians ran through that smoke. Here's that proactive start to the round. Poor Kong Kong, he saw nothing on his screen, but White, oh, yeah.
For him to get away with that. And it was off of, I believe it was Patitech who was spamming the smoke from spawn.
That
caused the turn, and that was all it was.
Yeah. Anyone cute with the fella? Yeah, get the club. You could drop smokes when you're.
Sam continue on to the
yeah.
second half.
I mean, you could ship most of this money off to some offshore accounts if you wanted to. Enjoy your summer, friends. Yeah, no, this is one of those things, again, it's just the differences between a round going your way and it just kind of slipping through your fingers has been so minimal. And there is a level of, at least from, my personal reaction, just stark impressiveness that we're getting this out of two teams that we really, again, weren't 100% sure what we were going to get. Because TSM, same roster on paper, and I like to use the phrase, didn't live up to their potential in what we saw in stage one. Everything's in front of you now. We're clean slate, mid-season cup. Yeah, we're doing okay, not great, not bad. But you have to show something, and they have. But at the same front, Blinn, the guys that came through promotion, played a really good team in their MSC, and here they are. Again, small opportunities as TSM will be tested, but Poise stays away just inside the smoke. Blinn don't get the clearance, and the full flood with Stingers doesn't really work out as intended.
Until Monzy comes in with a drive-by with a stinger and gets a double kill because players are vulnerable just by the window. Good plant, Elise, a 2 versus 3. Thrash available.
Ah, but Flash coming out. Yeah. Oh, Spaz, wait a second. Oh, does get a little bit of a collat. Almost a chance to reset versus 7, but a moment of second guess in terms of where he was coming from. And what looked to be just Poise winning the round single-handedly has to come down a little bit of late-game heroics there for 7.
And that timeout was supposed to be for the next round, not for this one here. And good for Blinn to actually get some great value off the half buy, the plant for more money, and also a Thrash available for that too, so they could actually have a better plan behind what they had here. And this, unfortunately, a small mistake coming out from Blinn. You saw that Poise. The double flash was perfect coming through here from Blinn Esports, but the Dizzy that tags Poise, nobody put that into account, and Poise got a free 3K until you almost had heroics coming out from Spaz by lining up some players. But in the end, you stop the bleeding, you could breathe, TSM gets the round, Seekers available for Poise, 2 ults as we just mentioned for Blinn. They could pop very quickly, especially with that knife coming out from Showers for early control on this side.
You also keep in mind the operator out for TSM and Sim means that Sands will be completely owned by TSM. 3-man stack deep in the site. It does look like TSM are going to play as like a let them null command, let them thrash, and then we'll retake. And they're going to get both ults immediately. So when in terms of effectiveness and efficiency, Blinn comes up relatively empty here with these ults.
Yeah, and even if Thresh went all the way back towards spawn, it's going to be hard to be picked up at this time. Now they're flashing to fight it at the same time. Tapping to try to delay. Dropping the spike to this is going to waste a lot of time because it gave it to the wingman, and the wingman is going to waste a couple of 1-2 seconds so that he could get his own plant. Give me a chance now for TSM to come back.
Brother, that is a stupid shot from Sim, and earns himself the showstopper for a second. Oh, and Monzi's been red. Tries to peek, and Sim just does not care about the blue goo on the screen. Teague, last one left, and it's Sim for 4. TSM up to double digits.
And that was a quick decision being done by TSM. Sim says, give me the rifle, let me showstopper entry because I got the pick, and then we'll just go behind the Seekers and trade off. And even Seven pushing through behind, supporting his teammate, and getting a frag himself with the operator. Didn't give a chance for Blinn to set up on the pulse fight. Look at the util coming through. Seekers with the Dizzy, Mosh coming through, U-Haul full control, and a 4K capitalized by Sim on the retake. And again, it's just that split second to drop the spike, to give it to the wingman to plant. It gave a chance for TSM to take advantage of that split second and just catch Blinn into the off positions, caught out in the open, and now take a 3-point lead.
It is another one of those moments that if you see that gunfight from Sim's point of view, that guy's sniffing pixels to find the headshot on the entry. Unreal stuff, man. Tight game still continues, but this is starting to look a little murky for Blinn as they find themselves with just a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs, and a Bulldog against the full rifling potential and the Uncle Pennybags economy of TSM.
Yeah, they don't have their offshore accounts here for Blinn so far. But they are pirates. You can try to steal the loot later on now in their eco.
No.
I mean, you started it. You started it.
I know. It's the. I'm actually more upset that I didn't even see the potential for that wordplay.
But at least Blinn working together, and the silver lining at least here, well, there you go, Shift, is that they were able to get value out of their short buy so far.
Well, honestly, I was about to say if they can keep Sim behind the smoke, this is actually going to feel like a 4v2 because there's really no one else on site that can contest unless the operator hits, which it does at least initially, but the follow-up trade is just as quick. So 4v3 post-plant situation, and you have to clear halls. You have to. There's no way about it. Wingman's going to be out first. It does get a read on the player nearby. There's the Dizzy over the top, but Mike doesn't care. Seven now has to snap around. Finds the first, no problem. Connects onto Monzi before he can get out of dodge. Seven, the hero, for what would be a 1v4, but this is an issue. Yep, doesn't know where the rest of Blinn are, and a Thrifty comes through to save the Pirates for now.
And you just hate yourself for that as well. For Seven, you saw him look towards the ground and try to right-click it to get the wingman out. But because the wingman went towards U-Haul to try to clear towards that U-Haul, it should have worked because it did get the clap onto Mike. They got the Dizzy on the blind, but somehow Mikey was able to get a share shot blinded to get the kill onto, I think that was GMD running in the front. So that's just unfortunate, and we mentioned it. In these lower buys, Blinn Esports are finding success. And they have done so by winning that Thrifty against TSM and giving them a chance to fight here in the second half. Looking healthy in economy, looking healthy in the weapons, and looking healthy in the ults as they're looking for the setup towards the B side. A lineup coming through with the molly of this Brimstone just to try to clear the space.
Stopper not as deep maybe as you were hoping for. Still maybe a chance to clear out the Octagon, but GMD goes completely unguarded. Unreal. Just tucks himself in a corner, avoids the entire hit, and then single-handedly shuts it down. Spaz will only get one, and just when you thought Blinn was cooking, well, restaurant's closed.
The ship is sinking. But no, unfortunately here for TSM, they did the same playbook, kind of like what Blim did. And I criticized TSM for that as well. When they took a lot of pressure towards Hookah and they tried to go for the execute, I praised how Blinn was able to move towards the Octagon and take control of that area. And when you don't have that split coming through, then you see the punishment that came across, and TSM did exactly the same thing this time around. You did have some sort of a late lurk coming out from Spaz, but it was too little too late here to come out towards a long B, and TSM had the perfect read to deny Blinn on these ults.
And now you essentially, if you're the Pirates, you have to find a way to Thrifty again. Well, you don't have to, but otherwise you're looking at overtime.
So you'd like to.
Yeah, you'd like to. It's high on the list of things you'd love to see if you're a Blinn Pirate fan. I'll put it that way.
And they're going to try it. Again, a death ball that's been working successfully, with Stingers a couple of rounds ago, with a Laura Bai 2 rounds ago with the Sheriff entries, and now this time around, 2 hero rifles from Spaz and Okeanos, followed behind by pistols. And they're thunderfooting here towards Octagon.
He does get denied, and the snake bite. So well placed. Poise takes advantage of it completely. 4 in the round, and a chance, if he wants to get greedy, for the ace.
Got greedy.
And Mike read it. He's like, I've seen this picture once or twice before. Good mosh. Mike has to step through it, and the double swing will be good for TSM to finish off the round. Yeah, great reactive snake bite coming out of Proto, though. Just makes everyone vulnerable. Easy lineups for Poise.
Yeah, and that's why you saw in the execution as well for Blinn, what you need for potency to make sure you can entry these sites is to follow with a flash with that Dizzy. And you saw as soon as that Dizzy came through in the POV of these players, look at what came across. It was a molly that went towards the cubby instead of a flash to try to make sure they could try to get scans across players and a hope for an entry to get at least more bodies down on TSM's side. But at least they got the plant down, so we'll take that and we'll force the timeout to try to play into this overtime for Blinn. But I was going to mention there was some great control for Poise. Even though that 4K came through, I thought he was going to reload and just stay alive so that somebody else could pick up the kill because he already had his Seekers coming through. But he hunted down for that kill. He wanted it. And it's, you know what? At least we contain it on that side. We know where that player is. We don't allow here Mikey to get the element of surprise on that 1 versus 3. And then somebody else picked up the kill, which was 7. Monty looks like he has something to say here.
I was about to say, there's a little bit of consideration going on right now. If these are games that for these guys in particular, it's just like, golly, we're right there. We're right in it with these guys. Like, you have to be feeling at a certain point that this map should have been very winnable. And it's not unwinnable. It's not losable. You can still force an OT here. And there's still a lot of life in the lungs for Blinn, especially with how they've played. It just comes down to the little things. And a lot of it has happened in the first moment of contest. Like, I'll be really curious to see what the first blood tally is going to look like by the end of this map, because it does feel like TSM have come away first blood victors more often than not.
Totally agreed at this point here, especially on the defensive side.
Let's see how it goes.
But Blinn, again, they've had some opportunities, some flash in the pan that punished some small mistakes that came through from TSM that almost made it very doable for their attack side. But for them, if they want to try to bring this into overtime, they have to be cleaner on the macro. Look, this push coming out towards the spawn, and that's how it starts.
Yeah,
great patience once again.
It's been something we've commented and praised a bunch for Blinn. This time it works out very nicely for them here in round number 21.
Right there.
Hit looking to stack up over towards that front side at A. Maybe just waiting for the juice to put the wall back up and the smokes to drop, and there goes one. The other was considered for a moment. Dizzy's going to be spent through first, and there we go. Orbital Strike used to push this off, though, so TSM delaying a little while longer. Rotations on the way in from Sands. So if you're Blinn, whatever this hit has to be, it needs to be convincing because it's starting to collapse.
And you use the Orbital Strike to deny the plant as well. So now with the Thrash, everybody's going to focus on this. This double flank is going to be huge.
All first, 1-for-1 trade. Threat now, known Seekers are out from back. That's going to find a lot of value, but Fragment holds off a lot of this TSM pinch, and now all of a sudden the hit from the front comes out convincing for Blinn. A chance to plant, and they're going to plant on the deep backside of the defensive part of this A zone. Shrugged off for a moment, but Okeanos on the corner, going to be the next one up. Headshots in for the first, and he will find 4 in the round. Beautiful from Okeanos to help Blinn get onto site.
These Razors are finding a lot of value so far in these post-plant situations. Okeanos with the second 4K in this map, while Sim has one of his own on the retake for TSM in this half. That said, though, there was a great attempt to try to make it through and try to get that backstab, but somehow, I think that was Okeanos fully blinded at the APC, got that kill at triple, which didn't allow here TSM to deny any type of aggressive pushes out of Blinn from the front end so that the back end couldn't get the backstab. So unfortunately there for TSM, well done for Blinn. Under the pressure to still react well. To salvage around here on this map of Bind. Slow hit as they heard here the pit coming out towards short A. It's not as deep for a Proto, but you could definitely see it here. They're moving around the sites a bit. Maybe if there's nobody controlling these orbs, they could allow here Monsi to get a Thrash to counter towards the short A pit.
This is such a tough problem for Blinn to deal with. And this is one of those rounds where, again, that word composure comes into play. Are you too afraid of making a mistake that you play it too passively? With one major obstacle in front of you, Knife clears out Hookah. Again, very passive. They don't know exactly what's on site over at B. Dizzy's going to get recollected, but this stack over towards Showers. Wait, can they actually sneak through some of this? There's a crossfire setup, but
Just got
GMD's
spotted.
got his molly out. And hold on a second, Poised almost misses the window to read this hit, but still finds first blood. 5v4. Proto trying to sniff out anyone else on site, and as he gets out of his own pit, finds a second. More jump right in front, and Proto's good for the equal task of finding another trade. Just down to Mike. 1v4 not gonna happen at TSM. Will take away Blind's map selection at a 13-9 count.
A run and gun to finish round 2 from GMD, but yeah, it looked like they were going to slip through the net, but it just came down to simple jump spawning coming from GMD and then the call on the protocols after. And a Proto, speaking of a protocols, just came out of that pit and got rid of Okeanos towards U-Haul. So perfect read, they got everything done, and they score the first map now for TSM.
Huge. I mean, this was a really tight game of Valorant between these two squads, but, you know, for a team in Blinn who has been running this composition for a while, pretty much since they've been playing in this competitive season, doesn't work out for them the same way that it often had, which had been on their offensive side. Lots of praise, though, to TSM, and I'd be really curious to see what that first blood count looks like. Final thoughts from you, Vance, before we go to break real quick.
Yeah, if anything, it's great initiator plays, even though it's an unorthodox comp. If you're looking at TSM side, it's something that's more basic these days. It's been used a lot now. It's probably one of the best comps you currently see now with 100 Thieves running that, with G2 getting great victories in Masters, and why TSM's running that as well. But at least I like that Blind put up a good fight, and it shows that it's going to be a very competitive series so far.
I agree. Should be more of the same for map number 2, but we'll step away for a brief break, come back, break things down, look at the numbers, look at the stats, and then set up map number 2. Don't go far. Valorant Challengers returns after this.
I want to say Breeze, like there's like that stuff under B, but I don't think it is because there's like green stuff on top, so I'm probably wrong. But Breeze, final answer.
Is this Icebox, and this is towards A?
So this is Bind Heaven when you look into the glass paneling behind it.
Icebox on like A site.
It's got to be like Icebox, but I don't think it is Icebox. But I'll say it's Icebox. I would just say towards A side. I know I'm wrong.
Well, I feel like this is like either Bind or Icebox. Oh, yeah, I'd say that. I said Icebox. A side window.
Is this Bind Teleporter? I think it's somewhere on Bind for sure. I'm gonna have to go with Bind Teleporter.
It's Bind, no? It's right outside of Heaven on Bind.
This is Split outside A main on the blue wall.
Oh man, the crown on the teacup reveals this is coffee shop next to like the train outside Split A.
Oh, this one's definitely Split somewhere in like Defender spawn.
That's on Split. It's the coffee shop outside of A.
This is Split A main.
I think it's Split A site if I'm not mistaken.
It's definitely Sunset. That changed my pick. It's Sunset, but I have no clue where it is.
And then these old people are like, all these young people don't want to work. No, bitch, all they're doing is working.
Pretty sure this is Sunset. I think CT spawn. There's like the windows, I think, right? Or there's like stuff in front. I could be wrong.
I'm getting Sunset vibes, but I have no idea where it'd be on Sunset.
I feel like T-spawn, like Sunset, like a shop.
Oh, this is Sunset, and this is definitely an attacker spawn. I always be looking in here.
Also on Split, I think in the Defender spawn, right?
Yeah, choose it.
I think.
I'm gonna go Breeze. Breeze bottom mid somewhere, maybe.
I'm gonna have to go with Sunset. I'll go with outside B site.
I don't even really have a guess, but I'll take a shot in the dark. It's on Lotus.
I will. I'll look everything. I'll get it all together.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Blinn definitely put up a fight, but in the end, it's going to be TSM coming out victorious 13-9 and taking Blinn's map choice away from them. Jift, going into this, I mean, you have this team of TSM that we talked so highly about in a team that's newly promoed into Challengers. So already this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, but honestly, the fight they put up is quite commendable.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And like we were kind of framing up in the pre-match is like, Blinn technically comes into this siege of Challengers as a better ranked collegiate team than Winthrop, who found a win in their first match of the week. So there is something to be said about, you know, not sleeping on this squad in terms of their potential to, you know, be a bit of a dark horse, if you want to call it that. Hard to say it as, you know, a full-on fact, just due to the fact that we're still not maybe sold on the potential what TSM can bring to the table, but we're starting to see it more here, right? Like, the first blood executions were great for TSM. When they had problems early on, they had a great time out to try to figure out that, like, hey, Blinn's contesting us on a lot of these spike plants, so let's just try to really get an extra step forward, make sure we have these sites completely cleared before we go for these wingman plants, and it started to look a little bit better for TSM. It was just when we swapped to the defensive side, the trust that comes through with the individuals, the ability for Sim and Poise to just lock down opening engagements was next level, and that was too much for Blinn to deal with, it felt like.
Yeah, and for Blinn to try to work things out here on the attack was a little bit more difficult to do, right? You talked about the amount of first bloods that were comparable for both teams. A lot of it happened here for TSM on both sides of the factor, and also a lot of them on defense because of Poise. Poise had 4 first bloods on the defensive side because of these side executes that Blinn are trying to do, and they were never able to flush out where Poise was going to be. So that unfortunately gives a good chance now for TSM to continue to anchor out some great portions of the site, having Blinn force them to work towards a different part of the map where they're meeting Sim, for example, or they're just meeting GMD, who is able to walk around the map freely, just getting free strolls and free kills around the map. So Blinn needed to figure out how they wanted to default their rounds a little bit more, and it took a bit. I mean, there was some successes off timeouts when they were able to get some victories through deathballing and just going on a 1 gear, but when they're trying to default a little bit more, it gave a chance for TSM to work around the map more.
I think the other part about that is the post-plant success was just not there for Blinn, even though there were a number of setups that we looked at and said, hey, this is what this should mean. Like that round in particular where the Thrash and the KO ult was popped on the execute and you didn't see anybody or find any initial contact, you have to know that TSM is still lurking behind all of these smokes, and you have to have another follow-up piece of engagement or utility to try to delay that or take an extra step forward if you want to stay on site. I just felt like Blinn kind of got a little bit caught trying to do too much at certain moments in those post plants.
I mean, for Blinn, definitely a nice warm-up for this to see what can happen here on our map number 2 of the series. Of course, it is going to be difficult for them because TSM, especially coming off of a great performance on that first map there, well, they're now going over to their map pick of Breeze. And Vans, looking back at this, TSM quite strong on this map. And for Blinn, a team that has all these reps under them in the collegiate space. This is not a map that actually comes up for them.
Yeah, the only time they had to play it, or they were able to play it into a team at that caliber of challengers, is against Dobros during the promotion relegation, where they, you know, squeaked through a victory against Dobros by winning 14-12. They're playing a composition that plays a double duelist, so using the Yoru, as the initiator, but also adding a Cypher as their Sentinel player. Whereas for TSM, the slight difference is everything is the same as well versus Blinn, with the exception of using an Astra instead of a Cypher. So this is a Gen G comp that we're seeing a lot of value and a lot of good plays coming out of this team over at the VCT side of things. And that's the amount of lineups, pressure, and post-plant utility that they could actually have here on their attack side. And not only that, they are able to have a lot of lurk plays potential because of a fast Euro TP, because of an Astra that could find like late lurks, because they also have like a Viper that could also be a late lurk as well for the team. So you're giving a lot of options for this team on the attack.
I mean, the fact that we're going to get, assumingly so, the Euro versus Euro face-off, I'm so undecided with how I feel about Euro here in competitive play shift, because when the Euro is properly enabled, when the Euro can get behind enemy lines, you get some good positioning, it can absolutely thrive. But that's going to be my biggest point looking at both of these teams, having that common denominator, who can set the Euro up better?
Look, Sierra, I'm old. My memory isn't great, but I do remember one particular moment. Maybe you weren't on the broadcast when we had this, but we also had the same questions about Yoru on Breeze. And then like 5 rounds in, it was like a highlight montage agent spotlight of how to play Yoru on this map. It's definitely, because of how open it is, it gives a lot of opportunity to successfully bounce things like your gate crash. Also find good value out of the flashes as well that can come into play. So I think that, you know, as much as Yoru does feel a little tricky-ish, kind of like how we've talked about like Reyna in the past on maps like Icebox, for instance, this is a map that does play to his strengths. So it just comes down to making sure that those strengths are being utilized as part of a system and not just doing it all individually, which can sometimes be maybe part of the case with Yorus. The good news is, and what I think we're seeing a lot of people do, is when you put a Jet with the Yoru takes more of a support role than an actual duelist role, where you're actually using him for the flashes and the ability to manipulate the map, where your Jet is playing more selfishly. So I think that's what people have really figured out, is the strengths of Yoru's kit is not to play off of his own stuff, but to help set up other duelists like Jet.
Correct.
I mean, I'm for some good Euro gameplay. I'm 50-50 on after the match being like, wow, that was absolutely fantastic coming up. I'm not talking about TSM in particular. I'm talking about any time I see a Euro. The other half is just like, man, Vans, I wish I could have more here. But considering for TSM, this is something they've been comfortable with. Considering that it is, I believe, 7 over here on the Euro, this is definitely something that is hammered out for them, so it's going to be a little difficult for them.
Definitely the good thing about the Euro here for both of these compositions or both of these teams is just making sure that the Euro is able to help you create that space. So not only that, but it seems as though that the more Euro you're currently seeing here on these in these compositions, the more you're leaning towards B side hits or faster splits from middle to A. So it's not like the basic like, hey, let's wall up and go towards the A and go for a plant and play post plants. You're actually able to do that more towards the B side with that now. And the Euro also adds the extra layer of you being able to push down halls very quickly, open a door, TP away, and do different types of hits. So you're always consistently creating a lot of paranoia around players that are anchoring the sites. And both of these teams do play with that Euro, so they both have an opportunity to create that same type of paranoia and find great results.
I mean, we've set up this Euro versus Euro storyline here. It's going to be kind of funny if we get to Agent Select and one of the teams decides to drop it. But when Agent Select is ready, let's get over to that and head on over to Breeze for our map number 2.
Yeah, sounds good.
We'll see Killjoy.
Yes. No, I'm ready to see Deadlock be pulled out on Breeze. Goodness gracious. No, we're getting what exactly you framed up, though. You got the Sentinel of the Cypher on one side, you got the Astra on the other, so all that pregame talk is good. Now it's just down to, again, how does the execution look? Because for Blinn, like you mentioned, it was an escape, you know, almost a month ago when they played up against Dobros in the overtime, whereas this has been kind of a bread and butter, so to speak, for TSM, you know, kind of finishing out the regular season during stage 1. You know, and they also had a deep overtime match versus M80 in their one and only match they played versus the midseason cup. So lots to be desired, I would say, for both these two teams to start off this stage on this map with a win.
Yeah, there's always good pros and cons here with the composition that you have for TSM. Again, we just talked about how they're so good at delaying on post plans, but the thing is you're not playing with the Sentinel, so you're able to maybe be more proactive once you're taking a defensive side here for Blinn Esports and take control, be aware of these post plant positions where the lurks could be and do a buddy system to take that control and take them down. We'll have to see when that happens once we switch sides, but at least on the defensive side, what's still good here for TSM that they're able to play with this Astra in the composition is that they're able to use both of the controlled utilities on this B site to just try to prevent any type of quick pushes towards B. But the thing is you have to be more proactive in other places around the map because you don't have the active information nor the passive information of Trip and Home.
Oh my god, on you guys. Getting.
We're stuck inside.
Yep. I'm nade swimming.
Bang. Dead.
Nice. Guy in height. Don't stay full. I got you.
I'm bang off.
I got you guys. You are good. You are full good. You guys are full good. Guy in height, crowd. They're super low in height. They're super low.
Sorry.
We looked at more deeply as we get deeper into the season. This elbow push, though. Oh, this is either going to work out beautifully or terribly, depending on the timing that we're going to get. The gate crash actually gets thrown back into safety, but Proto looks away at the exact wrong moment. So B wide open. Okeanos unsure of it, though. The spike is not committed to making through its throw of the smoke at the moment, but finally it commits, and there should be a pretty free plant here for Monzi.
And that's the issue there for TSM because they don't have anybody watching halls, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. Okeanos has already opened things up here on the attempted retake.
And Poise only able to take down one. This push back over to reclaim tunnel. And Okeanos for 4, not quite able to get the 5th, but Teague right there to pick up on the trade. And here we go. They've been able to win their first pistol, and they do it with some conviction, only dropping 2 in the process.
So you saw at the beginning of the round, they had 4 players of TSM holding up towards the nest, walking down towards middle, the Sheriff from Sim at mid doors, and then you have one anchor player towards this A site being GMD. So what happens here once there's 45 seconds that are burnt here around the clock, there's a minute left, they're like, oh crap, we don't have really anybody watching halls. So now you're forcing a TP away from you towards the arches. You're forcing also Poise to fall back towards the back of the arches so they could support to make sure they just don't push it towards the halls. And at least Proto down on an island, right? So yeah. We know what it's like here when you're playing against pirates and you're stuck on an island. They're going to be able to take advantage there and plunder your site.
Any more?
That's all I got now. That's all I got.
Oh, golly. I know it's like very secretly you're sitting here like, man, I want to cast more Blinn through this stage. Just
I'm looking at the library. I'm taking out my 101 dad jokes here about pirates only, and I'm trying to find some more.
Oh, no. Well, the opening kills here for Blinn looking pretty calm and collected. The Outlaws holding down that top vent side to start was not bad whatsoever. So Okeanos will be 1 off of having blades pretty much at this point. 7 nearby. Just classics though for TSM. And I imagine this will be one of those sacrificial throw our lives for ire here where we just wait for the spike to explode on us.
Nobody really hunting it down. I mean, Okeanos can maybe do it, or I think I'd like to see Monzi go for that because I'd love to see the value of the Hunter's Fury instead of Blade Storms when Blinn are already doing a great job here controlling this map for the first 2 rounds. You already see Monzi trying to walk back for a bit, but really because they've invested in a Bulldog and Mikey's a little bit too far away to switch over to a Sheriff for them to hunt down, they're just going to play the basics right now. For Blinn, have Mikey try to find some shots, and then for TSM, just die into the spike. So that's, I mean, the standard things as we see here against the anti-eco. And now for TSM, they'll just have to figure out now the 2 times that they're trying to, well, the first time trying to find mid control didn't work out. Second time they had a good stack here towards the A site, but they couldn't win the fights. And now Blinn has control of reworking that map. TSM still has to find active information of where the conditioning is starting off for Blinn at the beginning of these rounds.
And this is a thick bonus here for Blinn. I mean, you got a Sheriff upgraded into a rifle, the Outlaw still in play, Guardian to help at long range. And so, I mean, this is just about as even as it gets in terms of weaponry. Only major difference at the moment, and I think some of this influenced by the Outlaws, that there's a lot of heavy armor already been purchased here for TSM.
Yeah.
So the sturdiness of the health definitely favors them with a little bit of extra firepower, but not a round you want to count Blinn out of, especially considering they've done more with less, if you know what I mean, after they played on Bind.
And they're kicking things off early here for Blinn Esports, the signature Angel that they did a lot here back in even the FPX days of just recon flash to get control behind the boxes and take some early mid control. So for TSM, they just don't want to be in the vision here of an Outlaw and just jiggling to find the best cover possible. And there's Teague moving up, and it gives a chance here for Blinn to kind of split across the site and trying to do some damage towards B.
Well, the thing that's really intriguing about this, I was about to say, is they're allowing Teague to stay here for a long time, but Poise steps up, finds the first blood. Sim able to provide another that's both through mid-map, so now this hit has to come from the front. Mike does well to get the first and second. Sloppy shots from 7. So now all of a sudden it's a 3v3. Defense still has to rotate in, and there's good cover here with this wall initially put up.
Rare misses coming through. Poise has a shock dart where maybe he could land at the right spot, but instead it's Okeanos getting the pick. Maybe the shock dart's going to land right after, but there's a push coming up from Mikey in the back of the site. Not looking good for TSM. And a full splat.
Oh, Okeanos so good with this Outlaw, but Poise finds himself kind of in the Bermuda Triangle of Blinn players. And he turns it into a little bit of isolation, but good finesse for Okeanos to allow Mike to get back into the play, and he will find his 3rd. And yep, there's that bonus that comes through. Blinn off to the races. 3-0 with plants in almost every single round, and TSM are reeling just on Sheriff's 1 Guardian.
Yep, the Bermuda Triangle set up here from Blinn Esports, but still able to weather the storm of TSM attempting the retake. And again, it just comes down to that simple mistake of trying to anchor those sights, or if anything, the simple mistake of missing your shots. Because Seven had two players dead to rights there while being decayed towards the ladder. And sometimes when the shots don't hit and you lose sight control like that, it's just so hard for the other players to rotate across. So that's just an easy GG, go next into the next round. And for TSM to just get their money right in this next round and hoping to get at least some sort of value with this double Guardian in round number 4.
Man, not great news here for TSM to start. Lots of map to be played, though. And a different setup here. A little bit more of a commitment onto Poise playing up in towards mid. But do they get a read that Teague is this far deep in towards fence? Okeanos here for support. Seven not going to peek this, and rightfully so, considering he only has a classic flash on the way in. Gate crash gets him out of dodge. Really well done to at least keep the life and keep this at a 5v5.
They had a decent crossfire setup towards middle that could have punished here Mikey, but now this is a great opening for Blinn to work towards the side. No more flashes available though for the attack.
Oh, good isolation on GMD. Sim finds one from the backside of the site, but now he's stuck. Or is he? Good second, also tallied. Poised by himself though, and well, it's a Guardian versus 3. Spike gonna get planted. Okeanos also going up top. Barrel scene doesn't make a difference. The wide peak from Okeanos, and Poised gets diffed, and now it's a 4-0 start.
And even if he did know he has the reflexes as a duelist to be able to land those shots, just a sixth sense to swing out and get that pick, that shows the continuous level of comfort that you currently see from Okeanos carried over from map 1 to map 2. But now we're into round number 4 where TSM's pulling out an early op, and same thing though for Okeanos. And I mean, this is already has to be like a tell from TSM that they would expect to play against an operator, because Okeanos already pulled out the outlaw. And you talked about it. It's not going to have to be on the Jet anymore to really try to create that space, because you have a Yoru to do that for you, and you could actually just work that map on your different angles to try to get those picks here. And Sim starts off with elbow control and avoids the camera, which could be very good here. You got two players looking to move up very soon, and they might get caught off guard.
Just comes down to how much of this angle would Sim want to challenge, or vice versa. Would Blinn want to challenge? Oh my, I think we all were mouth-watering at the idea of a possible collat right there. But Teague is the only one to drop. Okeanos looking to kind of maybe force this 1v1, but backs off, and we're going to go to an early 5v4, 60 seconds on the clock.
And that's for Sim. He heard that dash away towards middle. So for TSM, they kind of know that there was just a default going through. Two players spotted towards the elbow, one player opting towards middle. So it's that 2-1-2 setup. And with Halls being watched here very passively by Seven, for TSM, they could also play a 2-1-2 and just play the crossfire on their side.
Well, we may get some contact here front side at A. GMD not checking the cave entry, which means this is a flat-out walk-up right on in towards the site. Poised also, throwing shoulders, has not seen any of this. This Blinn catch, good timing, Spaz, good for the first. GMD, though, goes completely unchecked, but only finds one. Maybe could have won the round right there. But we go on, 15 seconds on the clock. Shock darts on their way in. And they are bounced pretty darn well. Denies the plan a little while longer. Plenty of time, though, still to get the spike in play. Okeanos in the corner, able to take down a Proto. And Spaz follows up. TSM caught a little bit off guard on their A setup. Sees Blinn find their 5th round.
And because they knew the op was there, posted up on the elbow at the beginning of the round here for TSM, Blinn had a feeling that there wasn't going to be anybody posted up or working towards the mid door, rotate very quickly. So they go for the gamble to walk towards the left side to play contact, and they caught a play off guard, which forced then GMD to try to make a play. Almost lined up two players, but unfortunately there for TSM, it was a perfect trade protocol for Blinn Esports to weaken out that A site and to get the plant. So a great way to convert a 4 versus 5, and it starts off now aggressively towards B. No kill.
Yeah, spends a lot of knives early, just trying to get up and aggressive. So now all of a sudden, what is supposed to be the kill potential for the round has gone away. And the extra kills on top of that make this round feel pretty unwinnable now all of a sudden for TSM. You've got a commitment here from GMD. He's just trying to play out his life the best he possibly can. He does all right, but he does get faked out. Literally. Takes shots at the decoy of Teague. Flash is perfectly placed, and Teague making this look good, but Seven does at least make this more manageable with a double to come through, and now it's a 1v2.
Redemption. from whiffing the first shots here on the ladder. But it's going to stop there. At least he's finding his groove. But for Blinn, they're looking that they're carrying the riches right now. The chests are full.
Wow. I mean, this is a runaway first half. I mean, without question. 6-0. And this is another problem, kind of going back to Bind. It was a similar situation of TSM has had a chance at 2 gun rounds. So you really haven't even been able to get into your playbook yet. And you got to call a timeout to figure out what's going wrong. And that's just not what you want.
Oh, definitely. And on top of that, too, when you invested into your operator in round number 3 and you've lost that, a bonus round converted for Blinn, you're going to have to play catch up. And unfortunately, too, you're looking at these scenarios where it took a while. The frag distribution is not the best here for TSM. There's no heroic plays that are coming out here from TSM to try to get an ult up in these lower buys and these mixed buys that you may have to try to get value out of that. There was only Sim so far with the Blade Storm, but there's no follow-up of, for example, like a Hunter's Fury, something that could really try to go for a more aggressive trap play that they could do. So you're just going into the standard of, okay, well, we're just going to have to play the long game on our end and try to salvage a couple of rounds towards the end of the half, which they did here on Bind earlier on. It was a little bit back and forth, but you definitely saw here that Blinn was having a better opportunity and advantage on their attack side, or defensive side, sorry. But at least now on the attack for Blinn, they're finding great value. They also have their own ults that they could play against now in round number 7.
I think most importantly, the ability to use the Dimensional Drift to maybe confirm a kill for Monzi if he wants to combo that with the Hunter's Fury. First Bloods have told the tale of a lot of this series to this point. And this is going to be a very deep peek, but wow, Proto actually does get a really good look at this hit coming down through mid-vent. So Dimensional Drift gets spent for Blinn, but TSM just back off and say, we're not interested. We'll have to play full retake here.
He was just banging his forehead onto the door, waiting for that to open as fast as possible. They mistimed that a bit where he couldn't get too much of the timing around the ult, but at least realizing now that the site's secure, forcing now TSM to play a retake. They have their own Dimensional Drift with the Hunter's Fury that can really help here against the pit.
I mean, TSM is just putting themselves voluntarily into the blender, trying to isolate these kills. And we're going to use the Dimensional Drift here for a 2v3 with an operator behind it? Okay. Can Seven find some timing here? That's the real key. Sim gets on towards site, trying to find some sort of an opener. The fake out is in, but I mean, we get nothing off of that. I don't know. This is not looking all that great at the moment for TSM as they're going to drop a 7th round in a row.
Yeah, looks like it was a full start at the race for TSM. The idea there, again, those 2 ults were going to be very potent to play against and anti the pit that was set up here by Spaz. But because, again, they're tripping here at the starting line, they couldn't fight into the hallway. 3 players versus 2 at that point. The Allen Drone getting hit on the trip, getting information that there's players right there, yet unfortunately TSM couldn't get the fundies to try to get the opportunity and get the upper hand to retake at least that first portion of that A site, which of course foils every other plan. But spoils at least for Blinn. 7 unanswered rounds, and to continue to work here, they only had to use 2 ults to make sure that the site was clear, to secure the pulse plant, and now they can be very aggressive towards this B site with the Hunter's Fury to follow.
And Blinn's got to be looking at this like, hey, we can get double digits on this half with the way the economy is going, with the way the ultimate economy is going. This is just down to, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although this is going to look very different. Operator out. Sim actually just threads the needle in between 5 different Blinn members. Seven, the first one to drop. Hunter's Fury trying to flush Sim out of the backside corner, and it will eventually collect the kill. Proto also seen and dealt with. And, I mean, this has been a masterclass from Blinn on offense.
Yeah, it looked like there was an opportunity there for TSM to punish a slight mistake as the dart kind of went off the map. But there was just too many players flooding inside this B side, and that's a tough part of trying to play here against flooded utility with a Euro flashing through, TPing close, and a Hunter's Fury that's usually focused here towards the left side of Castle when you're hitting that site, because not many players are really trying to hold out from Berlin these times because of the Viper wall that comes up on the hits on B. You just catch everybody off guard at this point. GMD trying his best to save his weapon. Potential easy upgrade at this point.
Yeah. Well, the unfortunate thing is the weapon falls to the low ground, so GMD has to go down for it. And as he does, Mike will meet him. So no one will carry anything into the next round for TSM. Credits are low, to say the least. and times are becoming dire. I mean, I hate to frame it up to be so dramatic so quickly here in map number 2, but I mean, there has barely been a candle lit in favor of TSM in any of these rounds.
I agree. There's really not a single situation so far in this first half where you're like, oh, TSM has some sort of a chance here to play at least some retakes. They haven't had a chance to even get too many first bloods and map control on their ends. And I think it's starting to show a little bit that the playstyle here from TSM is not trying to get some early aggressive control towards these extremities. The Euro flash towards A control, trying to find some different angles. Now you're getting caught off even turtling inside the site with 10 seconds or only 10 seconds gone in the round. So right now it's full control of Blinn. Turtling up in the sites is not paying off on the end of TSM, but of course, this is a much lower buy that you currently see here for TSM, but you're hoping for them to be a little bit more proactive, just like they did, what, in round number 3?
Yeah.
When Sim had his operator and posted up towards the elbow. You need that type of control, especially, again, you don't have a Cypher in your composition, so you're giving a lot of lanes and a lot of openers for Blinn to work with.
It does feel a bit peculiar that TSM is essentially allowed Blinn to do what they want in the openings of these rounds. I mean, these executes have gone, I won't say uncontested, but largely so it feels that way. I mean, Blinn is not being tested before they say go. And it is a bit peculiar because this is not a comp that you would think for TSM that is built to receive full floods like this.
Yep.
I mean, outside of, you get a lot of weight thrown towards him, like you mentioned, to find first blood, so a bit peculiar. This one falling apart a little bit at the end here for Blinn, but it's not going to make a difference in the long scheme of things, as this is going to be a still one round, and Blinn's pockets are still pretty sturdy.
Yeah. I just love the, hey, we're just going to toy with our food pretty much at this point with Okeanos just driving by left and right with that Vandal. But now 9 unanswered rounds and room to finally weather the storm a bit for TSM side. Of course, you can't really talk with each other through the technical pauses, but you're definitely cooling down a hot Blinn that's on a 9-round streak. And once again, with the amount of unsuccessful rounds that you have from TSM, you can't build up your economy. You can't bring up an operator that early once again. So how are you going to work this here on your side? If you need to take early map control, have you tried to push down towards halls? I don't think they have yet. But when actually they have tried it, where Okeanos was just reading the right moment at the right time and got a knock pick there onto Sim. I do remember that a few rounds ago. So now let's see what happens at this point now for TSM as soon as we come back from the tech pause. But this is dangerous waters now for TSM for sure.
Yeah, big time. It's not often we see a game like this get flipped. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
We've seen things, we've seen, 9-3 curses and some maps that end up being like super offensive or super defensive. But just like we said, like map 1, yeah, it was a tight one through and through. Ends in a moment where we sit there and say, like, there were a lot of winnable rounds for Blinn, just like one thing went wrong. So like we're still building up like the positive edge of like telling the hero story of this is how they could possibly still pull this thing out, pull it to an overtime. We don't have the same luxuries in this one. I mean, legitimately, TSM's getting beat on every part of the map.
Yep, and it's not offensive or defensive or comps anything at all. It's just Blinn offensive so far. Nothing is going to be working wrong for them. Even when they peeked out towards the elbow and got picked up by Sim, they converted a 4 versus 5 by working the map very well. And that was TSM after getting first blood, playing a little bit more passively and playing their numbers and turning into the site, given that space still in a big map like Breeze for Blinn to still work around that area. And again, I hate to beat a dead horse, but by giving up that space and not playing a sentinel role, this is still great opportunities here for Blinn to be able to convert these low number situations, because they definitely had the firepower, and you saw it from Okeanos as well, to turn it back in their favor as soon as you're getting some good map control and forcing rotates on your end and forcing the players to just run into your crosshairs and convert these rounds back into your favor. So that is a dangerous call right now for TSM to play as passively, and Blinn are looking to be
shut up, Frank!
taking over this first or the second map rather fairly easily at this
Frank,
rate.
come here.
Yeah.
And again, it's just from pure micro that comes in their favor.
No, absolutely. And it's just, who do you even look to right now after TSM? I mean, you can't rely on Sim to do it all. I mean, legitimately. And it does feel like some of the rounds we've seen setup-wise have kind of been like, all right, Sim, like get forward and do the thing. But right now, you got to have a different level. You have something else in the playbook that stacks behind that, because we're getting uncontested openings for Blinn onto site. Like, you just feel like for TSM, you should be playing a little bit more, you know, at least proactively. I won't say like aggressively, but be in a spot to allow players to go and get a one-for-one trade and contest these spikes a little bit more, because we're seeing 5-man post plants in almost every single round so far for Blinn. That just does not feel like the way TSM has played this map in the past.
Yeah, and a lot of these times too, we've just been keeping a Proto towards this B site and the Viper towards the A site, right? So at this point for me, maybe you want to switch things around. I think one of the things, even though not as successful, but that could be tried here from Leviathan when they had to play against his composition for Gen G, was just play around the orbs of Viper Molly, the Viper Orb. So if you're able to place that Viper Orb in front of that B site and force players to be decayed, the Jet dashes across or their Euro TPs across. Now you're just focused on the players following behind, and hopefully you can like judge them decay or like go for spray decays or whatnot. Because right now the Viper util that they're currently using for TSM is just a cross wall that they're using for retakes. But they don't have really good opportunities to play retake walls when they've lost full control of the back part of the map, because Sim and a Proto are getting punished in that area. So I think if you want to be proactive and not try to take map control, I think you could be proactive around the map, where you could use the smokes in your favor as an extra obstacle to avoid the flashes and the recon and the owl drones that would be coming out here from Blinn Esports. So hopefully this is going to be something they could maybe explore coming out from the technical pause, or if not, something new that they finally figured out here that Blinn has been doing that they could try to punish.
But we are hearing that this tech pause is because of a dead mouse, and the players are telling us it could be up to about 3 minutes. So we're going to step away for just a brief break, and
change the
while
mouse
we're
trap.
away, everyone, you know, charge up your own mouses if you're using something wireless. And we'll be back with the continuation here of map number 2 right after this.
Oh, Yoru maybe? I think it's Yoru. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Wait. Is my mic working? I can't tell. Yeah, I think it is. Okay, never mind. Let me see. Let's just do this. hit you with an update on how to spell my name. How is that the bottom half? Like, that doesn't make sense to me, man.
a week. That's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we roared it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
Waiting for Kinga to get back so we can go to dinner. Well, yeah, we're not going yet. She's getting her nails done and stuff. No, we're just going to dinner. No, she just wanted to get her nails done. I have no idea. Zaba knows a bunch of people that I know, but I don't know, like, that. So I don't even know who he was talking about or what he was talking about.
Yeah, no, I was just like, I just had this idea, like, yesterday, I was just like, maybe I should just, like, rent, like, a fucking, like, a little, like, studio space that has, like, 24 access and, like, low key live out in the studio and, like, also work out of it, so shit must be, like, super for me, and just, like, shower at the gym or some shit.
I mean, that's what Hannibal did for a while. I mean, there's spots all over. There's a spot. I gotta find that. Yeah, let me ask. I know somebody that has a space, so let me ask them. I'll see what's up. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, let me see. I can ask a couple people, but I might be able to find something. Alright, I'll check with some people right now, actually. And I'll
just send them a text now so you don't forget when your ADHD is just
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Alright.
Alright.
What are y'all doing it? Are y'all just chilling tonight after dinner?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I gotta go get weed in a second. Before we go to dinner.
Where y'all gonna get dinner at?
I think we're gonna go to Sushi Enya.
Is that in Hollywood?
No, well, there's a few different ones, but we're gonna go to the one in downtown on First.
Alright, bro. Well, I hope y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Let me know if you hear back from anybody about that.
Yeah, I'll see right now. I'll text a bunch of people.
Okay, bye.
Alright. Alright. nice game. What is happening right now, man?
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay, but it is stuff that is out of our control, unfortunately. And as you, I'm sure, are getting refamiliar with the lobby, we're at 9-0 count, but TSM have had a medical emergency with a proto, so Sherb will be stepping in. Not a lot known about Sherb outside of a couple of times playing in some lower-level tournaments, so tall ass to step in and try to save this TSM map right here, Vansily.
Exactly, Sherb coming outside from the Tier 3 scene. Most notably playing short games here in the Mr. Funhaver Invitationals with Nearest Airport, now having a chance to show his worth in Challengers as he's usually playing an initiator role, by the way, now having to flex into playing smokes and also being acclimated to TSM strategies on defense where they're behind 0-9. Big shoes to fill. And hopefully he could step up to the plate, whereas now it's starting off well, at least. First blood came in favor of TSM, and Okeanos is looking for an entry towards the B side. Again, trying to find mistakes, and I'm loving what we're seeing so far here. Passive plays, making sure you're not showing yourselves into the B site, and an opportunity to get first blood.
Yeah, and let's be honest, we were talking about, TSM kind of not really impressing us with the depth of their playbook. Maybe relying a lot on Sim to be their opener like he was a couple of different times on Bind. Now, all of a sudden, without Proto in the mix, you kind of have to figure that it's got to be the Sim show from TSM pretty much here on out, although Seven has something to say about that, and okay! 1, 2, 3 into the 4, and Seven will clean things up for TSM's first round. Okay, welcome back.
1, 2, 3 into the 4. You had me rapping there.
You're welcome. I was thinking of something about
Doggy Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Is that your door? Watch
Seven's Yoru's got you sitting on the floor. I don't know. Yeah. I didn't have it on me, Vansily. It's all it was, all right? I didn't have it on me.
Dude, I was actually clean, though, and dropping bars. But for the redemption of Seven anchoring towards this B site, remember maybe half an hour ago when Seven unfortunately whiffed 2 shots towards the ladder, and now he's crispy with that 3K and a transfer. Super nice. Sim finding early info, misses the shot though through the cage, and he gets a chance now for Blend to activate inside this A site very quickly.
Poised, just trying to hold off on the trigger a little bit longer, not to get baited by Teague, and well, this has gone not all that well right here for TSM. Sherb trying to rotate in from the deep side at spawn, Seven playing at mid-map, and it's a 5-on-2. And again, the thing about this, to kind of give you, again, re-status of how the game is going, is that TSM have not had an eco to play with the entirety of the game. And that is not looking like it's going to change much here, as Sherb is now the last one left, and he can't even get the finger on the trigger there against Teague. So 10-1 the count, and a big bounce back round there for Blend.
Yeah, and I see chat, by the way, asking what a match medic is. Something that was actually very prominent in Attack FPS, especially in Counter-Strike back in the day, is whenever these pauses happen and you have to match medic, you have to get the economy right. So because we had an emergency sub, we had to replay the round at 0-9. So the match medic allows for you to get your economy right, the ult orbs right, and everything back to normal to its previous state before the round ended. If not, it would potentially be 0-10 and the economy is all in shambles. So that allows for us to now be back in the game. 1 round left in the half. 12th round on the board. Blend, after such a slow and a long wait. They just want to activate really quickly here. And same thing for TSM, fighting towards main, getting first blood, and it's instantly traded out.
And it's just Blend's pressure around the map continues to be super successful for them. And we've gotten a couple of rounds previously, and here again, their ability to stretch the map has really tested this TSM defense. Poise once again trying to hold off on the trigger for the best possible moment, but Mikey will shut it down plus more as he gets himself onto 3, not able to transfer over for the 4th, but Sherb finds himself in a 1v1 with a full HP, full armored Okeanos. And well, Sherb, you could sneeze at him and he may fall over if he's not careful.
Biggest test right now for sure. 5 HP to walk up, pulling the smoke just to try to see if Okeanos is going to peek. That was close. But no welcome to the big leagues here for Sherb. Denied the frag and the clutch by Okeanos, and Blinn. Strong ending to the first half at 11-1. But remember, we talked about here for TSM, the strong suit of this composition is to allow to delay a lot and as much as you can in these pulse plants, and you're able to add a lot of oppression as well. Same thing as Blinn on the attack here with this double duelist and their Yoru to allow these plants to happen and to allow these pulse plant delays to also work in your favor here for TSM. That said, though, it's not going to be the case for this round on Pistol. All 4 of them out of 5 leading towards this A-side shop very quickly to potentially try to take control of Orb. You already see a star being placed up to try to fight against Okeanos here on this A-side. It's being recalled instantly because I think that's a tell from GMD being like, hey, we're trying to do that, but don't let them know we're doing it yet. So Okeanos is ready for it because of that.
Yeah, it's a great opening shot, and I'm sure lots of footstep sounds were tallied by Teague in the corner there. Okeanos, a little sloppy here, but again, he's got Teague on his crossfire, no worries there. And, you know, the other issue here is not just the fact that TSM, you know, we were kind of maybe hopeful to see their offense come a little bit more to life, but all the strengths that are off of this kind of double duelist diving style comp with, you know, an Astra in the mix instead of a Sentinel like a Cypher, is you have to follow up. Your controller has to be the one placing good stars and opening up the site. And, you know, again, this is not a familiar role for Sherb on a team that he doesn't play with. So it just doesn't feel all that great. And now Blinn find themselves just 1 bonus away from taking the map.
Exactly. You have to be very coordinated at that point, and it's a tough thing to do, and especially when you're used to playing this initiator role, right? If you're looking at the past 60 days of what Sherb has been playing, the only controller role that he's played was a Clove once. Everything else mainly on KO and Breach. So maybe the silver lining is we're getting ready to head into Split at this point as the decider map, because Blinn is looking to run away with this race on the second map. No opportunities here for Sim to entry as Okeanos scores first blood.
Tough scenes, man. I mean, what do you say?
GG.
Yeah, pretty much. Feels that way at this point. Poise, GMD, sure, blast 3 left. And GMD will get 1 at mid, and Monzi misses out on what should have been a free trade. But good Spectre shots from GMD get us back to level terms, 3v3.
Yeah, some room to breathe here as we still have a star available for Sherb. So when we talked about the tenure of this composition that's good for these pulse plants, they still have a Shock Dart with it as well. Unfortunately, just no Snake Bite for GMD. But there's still some good amount of utility so that they can play this pulse plant. But at this range, you definitely don't. You probably will not see them playing on the long range from A main, and probably have to gain more space now after the pulse plant towards the spawn to make sure that they catch these rotates, especially with that last star being used for TSM to be able to cross.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna get a post plant. Blinn are a mile away, so it's gonna be a while before this actually develops. But at least can tally what's going to happen with TSM's post plant setup. Double hit through container. They are getting deep towards the defensive side. So this is all about how much can Poise see and read here on this cave hit, which is shift walking forward here. Mikey gets 1 for free forward, which will split the focus for this TSM post plant, but the clock may be the biggest opponent here for Blinn. They need to start making some moves forward here. Finally, they start to come through cave side. Poise gets the read that he wants. A couple of tags are in. That's good for the first.
5 HP.
And now you've got just holding on, trying to. Nope, Sherb gets the kill. Second round for TSM.
Redemption from Sherb on a 1v1. This time he's the one that has the most HP, and the one that has 5 is his opponent. Great delay being done by Poise overall with the jiggle with the stingers, and also getting the information despite the player dying towards the spawn, which was, I'm pretty sure, GMD. It gives them a chance to be ready here as to let them know Mikey is way too far. You could focus here to battle your individual 2v1 and do the hero play here for Poise towards A main. So well done at this point. This is, we mentioned a GG, but a great turnaround. That was, what, a 3 versus 4?
Yeah.
To kick things off here and to rotate back towards the A site. Now, because of that buy from TSM against Blinn, Blinn stuck with pistols. So they want to play the long game, making sure their economy's right in the next.
Oh, opening shots exchanged. Okeanos getting a little bit of damage in. Shock Dart could go a multitude of different directions. Decides to go over towards the corner. Seven still sticking for a plant in the midst of what is a lot of defensive damage, but GMD able to get the opener. So now all of a sudden with just classic pistols left remaining for Blinn, yeah, they're forward on towards the site, but a lot of confidence here that TSM hold the superiority. Here's the follow-up. There's a couple of kills for Blinn. Outlaw back out, and it's Sim in the corner, able to help out with Sherb to finish things off, and a third round gets tallied up for TSM.
Okay, maybe it's labored, it's late, but it may start here for TSM because now your economy's right. You could drop some weapons for some teammates. And at this point, I mean, Okeanos going with a Vandal and small shields because they kept the economy low on the end of Blinn. So no opportunities to try to go for like a glass cannon, outlaw, or anything that could actually fight against the half shields that TSM currently has. But even if you're looking on that side, it's quite a healthy buy on that end and an opportunity to start cycling some ults and trying to get some map control here. And you already see that focus, maybe trying to get an orb here for GMD, or actually, no, he's going to lurk towards the hulls. So you might give it to somebody else here as Poise, for example, so you can try to play the pulse plan, and Poise will pick it up.
One off of getting himself a Hunter's Fury. Aldrone ready to breach in towards the site. Gate crash also could allow maybe a step forward if you decide to take that. Not going to happen. Could reveal onto Spaz, keeps Blinn at bay a little while longer. Not much in terms of retake tools outside of what could be carried by Monzi. The first shock dart actually takes a ton of damage off of Sim, but GMD stepping forward, able to find himself one, and then the scale from 7 behind that. Good for a double, and hold the phone. TSM started to cook up a little bit here. Okeanos and Mikey for the last 2v4.
And that's also the beauty of having the Astra to pros, as well as not only the delays on the pulse plan, but also being able to disrupt the site. You see these stars being placed down by Sherb, not using the stars for the suck. They're helping actually TSM moving towards the site and trying to get early and aggressive positions to allow these crossfires, these bait and switches to happen in the pulse plan, and also break the economy once again of Blinn Esports.
Well, okay. Surely not, right?
Are we cast our blessing?
Could be. I'm here for it. Here for the story. Here for the Sherb story. From 0-8, 4-11. I mean, that's gonna be so unfair, man. This is gonna stick on his VLR profile, and he's gonna have an 8 death disadvantage to start. That's not right.
Yeah, but the OGs and the true storytellers will know that they were here for this moment here. In the VCT Challengers, knowing that Sherb has made the comeback of a lifetime for TSM on this map. 3 ults available. And that orb and that, should I say, the Owl Drone, sorry, is going to be able to spot one player trying to bait out the shots. And that's at least information, right? It's traded out, but that's information that there's 2 more inside the site.
Sim over the top of the wall also gets a read on more. Playing around these inner pyramids. TSM cleaning things up. Good intel transformation. Nice. And so now all of a sudden, you've got TSM not just winning rounds here, Vansili. They're dominating.
Yep.
I mean, these proactive hits, this kind of forward push on towards A has been near flawless through and through. And that's in the face of, I mean, look at the X's on the map. Blinn had every defensive player here with full weapons.
It's very similar to the storyline of how we praise Blinn on their attack side as well.
Full weapons.
And we were asking the question before, and we're saying, oh, well, in the past, when Euro was starting to come out and you're not playing double initiator on this map, you're kind of trolling at this point. But you're definitely starting to see how impressive this could be right now to have this Euro in your comp. Look at all these TPs behind enemy lines you could kind of do. The flashes that are being thrown out at the same time. The dimensional drift to really set that paranoia and allow, on top of that, with the dimensional drift, to place the stars at the right point to add extra disruptness if actually the players can't really move out to spam behind a dimensional drift.
Yeah.
So there's some great plays you could do out of this composition, which Blinn could do the same thing minus the Astra util, which is why you're seeing this and also the lean here on a more attack-sided map on Breeze these days.
I think the real question here, I mean, for TSM, is like, how much hand-holding do you do with Sherp here? For like, hey, place this star here, place this star there, or do you let him kind of do what he wants and maybe get a little bit of, proactivity and just initiation on his own?
Yeah.
Teague stuck in the corner. That will work out nicely for Burst Blood. Okeanos. Oh, what a shot on the Sherp. Hunter Syria in the way in may still provide an opportunity, but Okeanos able to find one before dropping, and then Monzi follows up. So starting to build something for TSM, but now it's just on to Poise for a 1v3 to keep the map going. And he has been seen not once, but twice, 3 times. Blip again. We'll give him 4 times. So they know exactly where he's at. Poised is just trying to force something forward. No spike yet, but it's close by. First shoulder's decent. Bateson actually reads the second chow pretty nicely. But the problem is he's not been able to isolate these shots. And this will be his double swing. No worries there. Blinn finalize what was a dominant first half, 13-5. And into map number 3 we go.
Inevitable towards the end. I mean, you're winning the half 11-1. It's just a matter of time once you get your economy right here. And a nice shot from Okeanos on that burst from TSM towards that A side to seal the deal. It took a while. At least you're starting to see some faith right now from TSM. And despite Sherp coming in last second, they were able to tally some very quick rounds, 5 on their side. And it gives us hope right now for TSM to continue to make this competitive in a third map. But chances on the side of Blinn now.
Big time. It's just such an unfortunate set of circumstances right now that are kind of plaguing TSM, and especially considering that, when you look for an emergency sub, I think you'd be hoping for someone who maybe has a little bit more competitive experience under their belt, but who knows?
Exactly.
Hard to say.
I'm stuck playing. I'm stuck casting, rather, so I can't sub.
That's fine. Yeah, I know, Vince, so the people want you, all right? And if maybe not from a gameplay standpoint, they still want you. We'll say that much. We'll jump to a break before we get too loosey-goosey over here on the desk. And we'll be back with Sierra and a breakdown of map number 2 and a setup for map number 3 right after this.
Bye!
What, eh?
Halls, bro. A1 hallway.
A lot of main coming out.
Getting sight.
That's two.
Jet heaven, jet heaven. Silver tree.
One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
one tap. Gate. They ran there. They could come either way.
Heaven. I have a turret for heaven.
Turrets destroyed.
With the wide heaven. Nice. GG.
April 7th, 2020, right?
It's sad. I just get
Yeah, let's
sad
draw.
now.
Switching sides.
Then that's fine. That's fine. Just need you to just hold our spot. Scanned. I.
Oh, I was wrong. 24?
Well, with Breeze going the way of Blinn, we're now heading to a map 3 in this series between Blinn and TSM. And unfortunate circumstances aside here, Vance, emergency sub coming in a good chunk through the way. Honestly, even before that, Blinn, they seemed so ready for Breeze, something I really didn't expect considering how little they've played this map in the last couple months.
100%. Definitely looked like it was a breeze there for Blinn Esports, right? You're playing a map that's, you know, on Paradise, and it's summertime. There's a shore, there's a sands, there's a beach, there's water, there's an ocean. A perfect map for the Pirates to have such a dominating first half on their attack side, too. And that was us when we were talking about it here, Shift. We were saying how it was just really easy here for Blinn from macros, from entries, from duels. Everything was working in their favor. And where they're not supposed to win these type of fights, they still do. So TSM, unfortunately, when it comes down to it, they also just couldn't shoot back. And it took a while. It took until the second half here until they finally got their second round coming in. I mean, they lost Pistol, and after losing Pistol when you're at, like, what, 12-1 at that point, you're still able to put 4 rounds. There's some silver lining, but it's definitely too little too late, but hopefully that gives them a chance here to warm up for Split with that type of fight.
Yeah, it's a shade of silver that even Bob Ross doesn't have a concoction for. It's just so dark, and
No
it's just-
saved.
the thing about it is, like, regardless of the set of circumstances that happen, whether Proto's not, we don't know what all happened, but if he wasn't feeling up for it, I mean, the fact of the matter was, it wasn't like just him. I mean, the whole team was getting beat up across the entirety of the map. Not even on when Proto was on one particular site. So yeah, there definitely just felt like a miscommunication and a kind of gauge of what TSM were trying to do in the defensive half, to where this map just became a bit of a runaway before TSM could really get themselves going again later into that second half.
Yep, yeah, definitely. Looking back into it, man, there's just been some good positioning, good plays overall. I think it's not only just on Okeanos how they played that. I think when it came down to pulse plan situations, Mikey had great lurks too. So from A to Z in terms of the game plan here that Blinn Esports had going into this against TSM. Remember, this is TSM's probably best map and the favorite map that they like to play. And to be able to let that come through, and there you go, bye-bye me. Hello, me. For them to let that through here from Blinn shows that they had done some homework into how TSM plays this map. And I don't ever really think it was anti-stratting on how I saw things came through. It's just some great understanding of how they worked the timings on their end and executed perfectly on their side for Blinn Esports. And it just, one of those days where you don't need to try too hard because everything's just working in your favor.
Yeah.
I mean, they were shooting well. Before we hopped into the map, we were talking about how the team has to set up the Yoru and playing around that, encompassing that sort of play style. And Teague had a really, really great game over on the end of Blinn. It was It was nice to see how Blinn was able to just kind of collapse on these sites on their attack, and TSM just kind of left out to dry a little bit there. But it was just the second map in the series, and we have to look ahead to this third map, the decider here of Split. And this is where things get interesting for a variety of reasons, because Bind was something that Blinn had a lot of experience on, and TSM still able to best them. And Breeze, this basically unknown quantity, except for the one match recently, the mid-season cup they played, didn't really have much. Now we're back to Split, where Shift, they do have a lot of experience over on this map.
Yeah, I think the thing here is, there are two sets of factors that we have to talk about. The first is, for Blinn, this looks like a great map when you look at the statistics that they've been able to put together. However, you have to consider that the majority of the opponents that they've played on this map in the last couple of months have been at the collegiate level, and most of the wins that they have are against collegiate teams that are not in the CVAL Championship or very high up in the CVAL Championship. They have beat Turtle Troop, which is very impressive, and they have beat SAD Esports as well, which is also pretty darn impressive. But having losses to both Fisher teams and the St. Clair Saints does stick out a little bit. The other factor here is you have to hope that TSM doesn't roll over and die. I mean, you have to hope that Sherb can put together some sort of a fight, because let's be honest, this is an important matchup in terms of their ability to start their season off with a win. So the two main factors, I think, are both the caliber of opponent that this Blinn team has played, and then TSM, can they actually put together a 5-man effort?
And that's where it kind of hurts that it's split here for TSM, because when you're going back to Blinn, maybe the caliber of opponents wasn't necessarily the same you'd see in Challengers. The win over SAD Esports is the one that sticks into my mind, because TSM took a pretty rough loss to SAD Esports. I believe it was week 5 here over on Split. So it's definitely something that there needs to be a change over from TSM, and not being able to go exactly with maybe what you had planned in scrims can be a little tough going into this, Vans. I'm curious if this maybe brings a different idea, different breath of life into the team on a map that they've maybe struggled with. So I'm looking to phrase this up as more of a positive going into this, and having no expectations here, but willing to be really surprised by what we see coming out from TSM.
Yeah, I think overall for TSM on their end, it's, one of those days where, they're running the most default comp that we currently see here on Split, which is the single controller Sky, if I'm not mistaken, and the double controller, right? So one of those days where if you're coming out with a simple composition and you can't shoot back, then that's why you're seeing these losses against teams like SAD Esports. I thought on the other end, though, for Blinn Esports, we're going to see something where you have Teague that's just going to keep playing like cracks there over at Foot Esports, because he's just playing KO every single map. But that's where it's going to be a little bit more standard going into their composition as well. So it might potentially even be a mirror matchup, if I'm not mistaken, at this point, of how it's going to be playing out. So you're giving a lot of responsibility on, if it has to be 1-for-1 in terms of rosters or role swaps, in terms of a Proto and Sherb coming in, then you're seeing him playing a Viper going into this map, where there's simpler things that you could do for this agent, especially when you're playing on the defensive side, when the majority of your responsibility is going to be holding down and taking on the middle with your orb and with your snake bite. So the responsibility versus having to play an Astra and supporting like a coordination for TSM, it's a lot easier to do, is what I'm trying to get to, where you might see some breath of some hope actually for TSM to still look coherent in this map on Split.
And keep in mind that Sherb was essentially pigeonholed having to finish out the map on that agent, by the way. So, like, there very well may be a conversation here of, like, Sherb, what do you feel best on this map? Okay, cool. Maybe we can build something around that a little bit to make him feel a little bit more comfortable rather than, like, hey, Sherb, this is what Proto usually plays, so you have to do the same thing. You have to play just as well as he does. Like, there is that little element of things, too, that maybe Sherb can actually start this map in a more comfortable position than coming into an 0-8 Astra that he's not normally used to playing.
And we talked a little bit about the stakes that was for TSM, this team that we expected maybe a couple more wins for them in stage 1, and how this is definitely an unfortunate circumstance because kicking off the stage 2 here, being in this game 3 with a sub. But we also have to talk about what this means for Blinn Esports in terms of kicking off their season right. This was the team, Vans, that promoted into our league. They didn't have any points, and now this is this collegiate team that has this opportunity here in this first week to maybe take this win. That's huge.
Especially in stage 2 when you're able to get more points, right? So for both of these teams, it's a very important game to kick things off on stage 2. Despite TSM getting some wins on that first stage, they only got 4 points, and you're supposed to get more points in the second stage. So if you're losing this one here and you're still racing to get into the top 8 by the end of stage 2, TSM desperately still needs this win to kick things off. So not to take anything away here from Blinn Esports, but they're the newcomers going to stage 2. So technically, this should be an easier win for TSM and a more confident win and a more dominant win. So when you show the way that you played on that first map and you dominated that first map when you finally took the defensive side here on Bind, to show that on your comfortable map pick, you've lost 11-1.5 on your map to kick things off, it doesn't allow for you to get that same confidence going to this third map, especially now with a sub.
It's definitely tough. I mean, TSM, they definitely did not have things go their way going into this, and Shift, I always feel bad. When we have that conversation, we have to look back at the map like, hey, yeah, things were kind of going a bit wrong here. Starting off your week 1 like that's a little unfortunate. It's just about now the bounce back and the resiliency for the remaining members of the team, what they can pull together on Split.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, too, that this is a stage 2 where you actually don't play the other teams in your group. You're playing up against the other group the entire time through. So there is like this, is Group A or Group B better? And, you know, I think just looking at the results from the first couple of days, like Group A does look pretty damn stacked. I mean, YFP looked pretty good. Oxygen, obviously, the 2-0, even though it was tight versus M80, sets a bit of a message. And then you still have MXS in the group, plus a good core team that we still have yet to see. And Blinn looks good. So it's definitely one of those things that if you are Blinn, seeing half of your group already walk away with a win, another still to play, you do feel like you have to try to keep pace a little bit with the rest of what this stage has done, and especially your group in particular, take advantage of the fact that you do have a win possibly in front of you here, especially considering that there is an outside factor.
I mean, they've shown that they're able to go toe for toe. Time to see now if they can step ahead with map 3 ahead of us. Agent select for Split. Let's head to it.
Should be a good one. And I think, again, you know, we look at the TSM history. They have played a lot of Sky in the past. So, yeah, it's interesting because, wow, okay, I've kind of figured that, like, they would, like, allow Sherb to maybe play the Sky since he's more along the lines of an initiator based on his history that we can look at. But instead, they are going to put him on the Cypher here. So, again, a tall ask here for Sherb to step in and play an agent that he has no competitive history playing, at least based on what we've seen over the course of his stint.
It definitely is a big ask right now for TSM as a whole, indeed, because this was a role I'm pretty sure that Seven was playing as a Cypher in the past. Poise was the one playing the Sky. Now you have 3 players playing different agents, and I don't think necessarily it's just on because they have to do this last second sub. I feel that this is probably something that TSM has already been working through scrims of being like, hey, I might be more comfortable playing these type of roles. And then Proto, of course, if you look at him from the past, he's known back in like 2021 to be the Cypher with the Sheriff, with the box crosshair to put up big numbers. So I think now looking at this situation here, it's still a plug and play from Sherb coming into the roster, and you're seeing potentially more comfort around Seven and Poise, because now with this rule change, I could also see Seven doesn't have to be as anchored up to be like, hey, I have to defend. Now I could actually flash and trade with my duelist, with Sim, to allow these 2 young fraggers to actually put up these numbers here for TSM and to just work the map in their favor. So I'm liking these changes on paper. I just have to see it now. Well, we're all going to see it right now once the barriers come up to see if it's going to be the right solution now for TSM as they start off on the attack.
Okay. Lots of curiosity points. But at the end of the day, I think everyone can get behind the story, which is Sherb right now. Steps into an unfortunate set of circumstances, and can he make the most of it and possibly help TSM find their way into a win? Tough to join an in-progress map that's also 0-8, by the way. It's just so tough.
If anything, so far, he's able to put up a camera and a trip. That's a great start.
You know, you got to start somewhere, all right? Got to start somewhere. And there is the level of, like, you know, not to downplay the complexity of playing a Cypher, but, you know, if you've gotten familiar with the character, there is a level of TSM saying, like, do whatever setup you want, you know, especially when we're on the defensive side, and we'll trust that you can make some action happen. And here we go. Okay, opening first blood. Good for Sim. Catches Monzi over peeking.
Contact play the whole time, and then after that first blood, using a dot to take control of B side. This allows now a split towards the B side, but it's not being smoked towards the top. It's late. So there's an opportunity here for a surprise factor, but it's not going to be the case. Now the Paranoia should be following through, and the site now taken over by TSM.
Teague still playing backside dirt, and the follow-up from Okeanos from the front. It does have a paint shells in play, a little bit of chip damage, and ooh, almost a chance for Teague to step through this setup, but not going to happen. Okeanos last one left, and he just completely gets crossed up. No worries there. TSM only dropping one in the process, and Sherb found himself a kill. So there we go.
Yep. Heavy side hold as you started things off here on Blin's side on A. So despite the camera, I was joking around with the camera going up early here for sure, but once it gets instantly popped, he already had the information that there was an aggressive play or an aggressive position from Blin, so potentially a trap play on contact towards the A side. So I like for TSM to just pivot it into, okay, let's try to take control of middle. We haven't seen any orbs. We haven't seen any jiggle peaks coming through, so let's play the contact. They want to play a little bit more passive and potentially towards this B side where they could be weak, and they read it perfectly here from the IGLing from GMD, and they worked the weak side for Blin after the first blood, and now the rest is history. They have an opportunity now to score first blood here. Everybody's trying to make hero plays with classics only for Blin, and it's once again another great start for TSM.
Yeah, the timing is just off right there for Okeanos, trying to peek the corner. The guiding light hadn't come through yet. He showed too much. And well, with that, TSM off the races here in round number 2. Lots of utility being thrown across the middle of the map as Sim tries to get in towards Mail. Nice snap out of Sim. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! How about it? Mike gets his head blown off, Spaz follows, and now it's just down to Teague.
Pretty sure they probably heard some Sky Util to start things off for Teague here, who has a Sheriff in hand, so the pivot's easy to go towards the B side. The double hold down towards the bottom of the ropes. Easy one. Second one frag for Sherb. And he's working his magic right now with TSM. Place the cages correctly, too, for them to work out towards the A-side pressure. And Camera to look up towards the ramp. So doing a supportive role, being able to be there for the trades. And now TSM, they get a flawless in the second round. Lost one player in the first round. They should have a really good bonus going into this buy. Good buy into this bonus. And look at that nerdy cam. I've never seen that you could put it on top of those skylights.
Well, that'll be what's trusted to watch this A Heaven, you think.
Yep.
So
and still be able to look towards main, it should.
Yeah. Oh, quick push throw. TSM already get towards ramps. They're going to utilize a lot of the gas in this wall. A little bit of a heal as well. Sherb was tagged on the cross, but he's back to full. And Mikey will only see the boom bot. So the defensive Blin, which has defaulted to playing down low, is going to be tested here. Quick push forward from Sim, able to get forward enough to maybe even isolate, but it has to be GMD to try to help follow up. Teague right off the backside finds the spike here, trying to spam wall flash, but does get taken down. It's going to be a 2v2.
The walkout, they'll realize soon that the site's clear, but the better weaponry and health comes out here for Blin. The thing is, they have Paranoia on their side as well, so if they could group up together and start working the site together on the retake, they might have an opportunity to retake and play the site. But for TSM, they're wasting a lot of that clock because they haven't re-cleared towards the backside yet. And finally, thankfully as well for TSM, Blin just stayed put and waited for the spike to go down before they could start activating for the retake.
Yeah.
So it gives right now TSM a chance to set up here in the post plant deep inside the site.
But you do have one smoke, one Paranoia still available here for Spaz.
Yep.
Those are the tools that we have to be keeping our eye on. And can Monzi isolate the site further with this snake bite that's still being held on to? Perfect view on the spy cam. First look on what this retake is going to look like. And there it is. Push on out poise, one for one. Paranoia sent through. That should hit Sherb. But oh, he backs up into the snake bite. Not sure where Spaz is coming from and walks right into his waiting arms. Blin will win the round and get on the board.
Yeah, he just thought that potentially because that snake bite was thrown towards the elbow that they wouldn't rotate through that spot, so is trying to play the clock in his favor. And unfortunately, when you're getting hit by a paranoia out in the open like that, you have a 50-50 chance, right? Go towards the elbow or go towards the map. And he feels that if he was crossing over towards the map, then it was an open cross. And unfortunately, he guessed incorrectly. It was a blind jump, literally, as he was hit by that paranoia. But it still allows here for TSM to have a very, very good bonus round and put Blinn in a position where they're on a much lower buy. They're still trying to figure out their econ. Okeano still doesn't even know what he wants to buy yet here. It's going to be a phantom purchase for him.
Full rifles, pretty much as expected, but like you mentioned, the early tallies from TSM give them a bit of an advantage in terms of the showstopper in particular, but also you're dealing with full armors across the board with a couple of lights still in the mix for Blinn. The only big X factor in this round, besides that showstopper, though, is the Judge of Monzi. He is inside vents at the moment. Trailblazer out. That is used to clear off at least the first part of Mail. A couple of shots come through. Sim says that's my trigger. Oh, good movement from Okeanos to get out of dodge. And in the same breath, Monzi stops a rotation in through mid. So the first 2 kills, good for the Blinn Pirates.
That's something that should have been checked for TSM. Falling behind the showstopper. It's already cleared all that space towards the top heaven. Watch the holes, but at least it's traded out by 7.
Mike up top. Good response.
Oh my
though.
God.
7 doing it all. Seeker's earned. Immediately popped. Poise off the reload. Looking to help out, hearing the shots coming from up top at A Heaven. Good poison cloud placement as well here. Flash out. Here comes the next hit on the drop. Mike's able to find his second. 7 around the backside corner. Not a lot of health to play with, and the double shots. The teamwork is there, and Blinn survived through it, and that is just the display of 2 raises chasing each other with movement. Okeano staying alive a little while longer may have been a bit of a lifeline for Blinn.
And a discipline being better for Blinn too versus TSM, as I've just mentioned. You got to look back to make sure you're not getting backstabbed here. And they got surprised by that Judge running out from the vents placed up by Monsi. And that them speed out TSM. When it comes down to the post plant, though, on a 2 versus 2, after they got that first pick into the front B side for Blinn, they actually just grouped up together, played the high-low, trying to see where 7's going to be coming out of, especially when they weren't affected by the 2 flashes that was thrown out. You know 7 was going to try to make a play. So they just tried to make sure that if it was a right guess, they were on a high-low looking back towards the B main. If it became a 1v1, at least they're set for the trade. So very nicely done. They tie up the score line. TSM still has an opportunity to still buy this round because they had a great bonus round on that 3rd. So a big swing round for both teams.
Well, slow motion here for TSM for one of the first times at this point. Boom bod, careful. Sim nearly gave it a hug. So now poised, and TSM with a little bit of progress towards A ramps. Going to test out this Blinn defense up top, but this is, again, same spy cam placement, and Blinn are fine with giving up some top A control to play retake as soon as they get the intel they need.
And the intel they get, at least from Blinn's side, is a flash for a contact for ramp. But again, this is not going to tell too much. Because right now, this is going to be a standout lurk from a Cypher. And from TSM, they're looking for the lean on the top mid. That could have been a perfect kill for them to split into the A site. But now you're going to have to re-rotate from 7 to meet up with the rest of TSM for the pop.
Monzi, okay. Again, the Judge doing well for him. And Poise just gets caught trying to walk through in towards A. Follow-up is perfect for Blinn. That's a 3-2 tally. Yeah, I mean, this Blinn defense really started to come to life a little bit, and a lot of it is just letting TSM go certain places very voluntarily. Check it later. Get your intel, converting it when you need to, but this has been good.
Yeah. The one time they were able to surprise Monsi at the top of that B Heaven was a contact play. This time they tried to go with the flash. But the amount of times that TSM's trying to take control of the B Heaven to start things off, it's getting denied by not a face-to-face loss sometimes, but also from the backstab. So I think at this point, if they want to continue to work towards this mid side, they need to add a little bit more players behind it just to make sure that they're guaranteeing a trade or guaranteeing a battle on mid.
We'll see which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Trailblazer out. Double stack the defense. Oh, Paranoia, I think was sent to the high ground there. And wow, yeah, Blinn kind of avoid that. Okeanos, what in the heavens is this? 3 for Okeanos. I mean, he was caught in no man's land and made the most of it. Last player left is GMD. And oh my goodness, it was almost enough. 2 kills plus an extra tag, but Okeanos making some finesse happen in the middle of the site.
Very, very nice to start things off on this eco for TSM. And this is one of the rare moments that it just went for an all-out push towards this B side to understand how the setup could be here if the Cypher consistently places his utility towards this A site. And I liked from the start of it that the satchels from Sim to look back towards Orange and surprise Spaz at New Box. That's something that was a pathing that was really good from even Jing earlier on today, of just dominating Valiant against the Paranoia, that it didn't give a chance here for the defenders to set up around the site and getting very oppressed in that moment. And TSM maybe could start thinking about that type of play. But look at this, 4 players.
And here's the deal: is you can talk about where Blind's setup is for the Cypher, but when there's a Viper spin that takes over A, all of a sudden things become very different, and the stack at mid works out beautifully. Plus now the reveal off the neural theft. Good shots from Sure, but not enough to tally up an elimination. With that, Blind find a 3-round cushion, 5-2 up, only dropping 2 in the round.
Yeah, TSM was not ready for that. The first time Blind is actually a little bit more active towards middle, and you know, like I said, it was usually one of those moments where TSM just sends Sim alone with a flash from 7. But at this point, when you pit towards the A side, you have 4 players set up towards the middle. It was basically that Fnatic strat of putting the camera up, spawning feet, going for double flashes. But as soon as that gets smoked up towards vents, that's another cue to just explode out and just try to fight towards middle to get information at the least for Blinn, and they hit the jackpot. All the kills came against TSM, and now they put TSM back on an eco. They're farming. They're farming.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, this exchange between buy save never feels good. But Blinn off to the races here on Split, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Oh my goodness, you think Okeanos is feeling himself? A little heat check from the young man? Holy Hannah. 2v4 situation, and TSM are stuck outside events.
So the worst scenario right now, the worst case is you've given a rifle to Poised. The best case scenario is that you're still playing against a lower buy from TSM, and giving your life away guarantees a kill or a death for a showstopper in the next round against TSM's buy. So I understand the overheat. It's good. The rest are going to be, he's going to trust his teammates to be able to do these type of trades, and no opportunities here for TSM to activate or clutch Hero 2 versus 4.
Hey, it's one of those things you don't know where the limit is unless you test the limits, and that's what Okeanos was doing. It was for science. It wasn't for overheating purposes.
Yeah.
I promise you that.
Right now, it's still the Sky that's the limit, right? He's just able to continue to move around and just get these frags freely, especially when it comes down into situations where, you know, there should be some instant trades coming out, even if you have lower weapons, and he's just quicker on the trigger, head on a swivel, able to aim right away and react right away for these kills. So, yeah, he's definitely not let go from the performance on the first map.
10 seconds left.
This is going to give Sherb a chance here. Spike plant, 1v3. Here's the footsteps, and he gets 1. Okay. Golf claps all around for sure. But still, regardless of it, Blinn's going to get to 6. And it's kind of, it feels very Breeze-esque again. And, you know, obviously the sides are different, but Blinn are just doing a really nice job of making sure TSM don't get comfortable in their setups at any point in time.
Yeah. And right now for TSM, like I said, they found some success here towards this B side. Yet they still don't want to try to test the waters there yet. But I like at least that we're being more proactive on the middle. Because it's, I mean, how many rounds have we really tried to work middle so far? And it's been denied. So you're able to default a little bit more, and you're trying to pull the defensive side away from the mid take. But because of that, because it's so slow, they won't be aware of the, I mean, I guess they were, sorry. I thought because this trip that was placed by Mike right now is going to be something new, but I just remembered Sherb saw that when he creeped up towards the staircase on middle. So they should be aware for this for TSM just in case. But I'm just trying to see here, Blinn, if they could overheat in this round, because they're starting to win every single duel again.
I mean, this is one of those rounds, though, where Blinn's setup at mid doesn't require an extra set of eyes because there's a trap wire in there. So when the poison cloud is down, you technically still have a defense around it, whereas a lot of teams would have to replace things like Omen smokes, stuff like that.
And sorry, just to cut you, and the reason why they're doing that as well, to leave middle open, you see the same type of setup where they're putting the camera and getting ready for a showstopper into B main in case TSM are going back for a late hit towards B. But it's A instead, and they get first blood.
And the second on top of that, so now there's no more defense here at A, besides Teague, who is trying to step up. And interesting left, TSM get 2 kills, and then they stop and heal in the middle of a choke point. So Teague gets 1, but Nothing else is going to follow behind that. So TSM still come away the winners of the round. 6-3 the tally, and now all of a sudden a couple of ults have been earned for TSM to possibly spend here late in this half.
Yeah, and that just became something as an audible call for GMD at some point. You know, it's a minute has passed by. They haven't seen any pressure coming out from the B main. They haven't seen any dogs or flashes to get information late towards the A side, so they still don't know where the sky's set up, where it could actually support Okeanos. So this is going to be probably the same type of default, just to try to see if Blinn, realizing that the last round didn't pay off, will they try to be more proactive around this showstopper? And it seems to be potentially the case, because Okeanos is already on the top here of the A balcony. The only thing, though, is they're a little bit further out to try to find some fast information if they try to flash, because Teak is all the way out towards screens. And this Boombot is going to give a big tell for TSM here that the showstopper is leaning towards A.
Smoke place, Trailblazer out. It does connect onto Monzi. Not going to really affect him too much besides making him a bit more cautious at ropes.
And they ping the trip.
Yep. And interesting, Okeanos steps up, but punished. Sure, off to the races himself. Now the neural theft going to be spent out. That's good information. Knowing the defense is playing forward, Seekers to help support this play. Showstopper now going to be a part of it with the flash on the way in, but Sim gets blinded by it, still walks away with a kill, but Teak holds the site. And now Spaz can try to teleport in as well, and the defense is fully supplied here. They've got a perfect setup to read this hit towards ramps. Sure, by himself. Spike is out, Paranoia doesn't land, but neither does the spray from Spaz. We reset 2v2.
GMD can maybe smoke this out so they can maybe cross towards B, but Sherb is swinging alone. They tried to use him as a bait because he was low on HP and GMD to trade, but it didn't pan out in their favor. And you saw the idea, like GMD was still staying put towards middle, trying to figure out, maybe trying to figure out what was happening. But it's one of those plays where, because they pinged the trip towards middle, he just TP'd across so he could hear the rotates. And you're hoping, because you got the showstopper entry, especially with Sim getting that first pick into Heavens, that it would have been an easier push for TSM inside the site. Yet somehow, Blinn were able to hold their foot on the ground and maintain control of A Heaven, and made it very difficult for TSM to salvage that spike. Yet again, breaking the economy for TSM. 3 hero rifles. Well, I guess I don't know what we're going to call hero rifles at this point. It's just a force buy coming through at round number 11. And they're trying to find something and salvage these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, you have to have another, you would think. I mean, it's 7. If you were able to get a 4th round, I think you'd be okay with it if you're TSM. But that was an expensive last couple of rounds, to say the least, especially with the ultimates that were spent, and now you tally the ones that are still left here for Blinn. So Trailblazer comes through mid. Doesn't really see much. I mean, there's been pretty much constant information that Blinn is going to keep a defender inside of ropes, but now it's a difference of who is actually there, because Monzi will trade positions up top, gets flash pushed off the angle, but no commitment for TSM yet.
Yeah, they're still doing the same thing, just waiting for the camera to showstopper towards main. And for TSM, again, they didn't hear the Boombot early towards the A ramp. They're like, okay, well, let's just start moving towards this side, especially now that Poise stayed behind the boxes, hurt the flash, not getting any information, so they're pivoting towards this side. Avoiding the showstopper once again.
Deep in around 30 seconds to play. Commitment has to come eventually. Do they use GMD's position as a venue of where they want to go? No, instead it's going to be over towards top ad.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, the timing is not ideal, but not terrible either. Mike down low, overwhelmed. Showstopper traded over to the middle of the map, and Okeanos will hold over towards main, trying to get poised while he pulls out the pit, but not going to work out. Time the issue, though. No spike. They cannot win it by planet. It has to be by way of kills, and Teague, the last one standing, can he get away from this in time? Just barely. Just barely. Blinn get 8.
Oh my God, the clutch Seekers too, just to know where he could hide for. The shortest time to maximize a round here in favor of Blinn. It was squeaky bum time for him for sure. But everything leading to that, I mean, GMD almost got caught, still won that fight against Spaz towards the top of A Heaven, yet the execution towards the B site once again, just the execution in general seems to be the bag fumbled here for TSM as they try to move inside the site. Oh, again, not trying to clear corners when they're utilizing their rolls to try to get into sites. And they're getting shot in the back and losing a spike in the process this time around. Ends up being very costly. And it was a lower buy, another opportunity to salvage a round when they had this lower buy here for TSM.
Yeah, this is problematic for TSM, but there are enough tools to still make this one count.
Yeah.
Spycam will tag up onto Poise, no worries. He just shrugs it off and then holds his ground here at Vents. Trailblazer just to make sure he's safe to climb, and then it goes right back in to try to clear out Mail, but the dark cover does conceal most of what this top B side looks like. And interestingly enough, Blind's defense for the first time is pretty heavy stacked towards the site itself. Utility all flying right by Okeanos. Doesn't even bother with the blast packs of Sim. His teammates have taken care of it, but the delayed hit from Poised works out, and now it's just down to Monzi, who continues to find some success with the judge, but it's limited in margins.
Now a safe plan, GMD pushing forward. He's going to hear the flash and knows that there's T close inside spawn. Well done. Monty gets the hat, so they know where the hat came from. So they know that Monty is at least towards B heaven. He's going to try to isolate these 1v1s. Both of them, though, for TSM, stacked on a high-low in a good spot to win.
Why would you not? Dark cover also blocks vision, so Mike is going to take a very long angle at this stack up. And both players sitting right behind screens. Oh boy, here we go. Has to make a check on it now. Oh, he doesn't even, does he actually get to look at it? I was going to say, just as soon as that dark cover starts to dissipate, TSM back up into the corner, nearly avoid him completely, but it is an 8-4 half, all things told, which, I mean, considering the start, really rounds 3 through 8, it's not bad news overall for TSM.
Yeah, but I still want to give a quick shout out to the setup that Blind plays here towards this defender side of Split. A couple of weeks ago in Challengers too, when Oxygen Esports was playing this map, they actually used a dog to break the trip on middle to allow players to sneak through and then get a perfect flank and a backstab against their opponents. So I like the little tweaks that they did here for the trip on middle, just to make sure that when they place it, the dog can't really break it, so it's always going to stay up. So you're now forcing utility or forcing the shot to come through to give a tell that there's still pressure on middle. And that's how they were able to adapt very quickly into passive plays on middle and get 8 rounds on their side. So very well done. And now TSM has a chance to do this as Blinn, 3 ghosts on this side, early flash, and forces out a double flash from TSM out towards the A ramp.
Very expensive opening exchange utility, especially from TSM's perspective. They have to back off A and try to reinforce with numbers now, as the rotation from Blinn is heading over towards his topside B play. Guiding light initially, but oh, Sim catches an angle. Paint shells don't quite go to where they're intended, but does it make a difference?
Spike down.
The Ghost will do the job for him. 3 in the round for Sim, and now the spike left down through mid with the last 2 players for Blinn coming from the other side of the map.
Yeah, they did a good job for Blinn for rotating out here from the A side to mid because they heard the amount of players and flashes in Utah that came towards that side. But Sim's just on fire.
Get the ace.
Ace?
Oh.
We've had so
Where are they
many
all
that are
denied
so
today?
close. It had to have been like the 4th potential ace we've had today. But TSM still hit the pistol. All things turning up positive for them to start off their defensive half.
And because of this type of composition here on Split, this could still be very oppressive, right? The amount of smokes and poison orb and the trips you could put towards middle, you're forcing the hand of the attackers to or default or snowball into what could be good positions that you could play on the defensive side. So TSM still has a chance here to make this a fairly close game, especially with this type of buy. Vandal in the hands of Sim, 14 and 10 are currently on the board, getting very close to a showstopper in round number 3. Almost feels like Okeanos had something very similar here on the first half.
Well, Okeanos and the rest of Blinn look to get forward past the Poison Cloud early, and ooh, the crossfire angle works out nicely. First blood tallied. Sheriff's finding their value for now, and that's going to be Teague actually giving it away to a teammate, considering he got low. And while that little juggle of who's carrying what happens, GMD steps into the play and takes all 3 down.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Not thing you can do with the 2 last classics, but you could actually see right there that orb that just landed at the feet of Blinn when they were walking up middle. It was a missed lineup because usually the throw there from the spawn side, it's supposed to hit the top by the boxes to cover up even the staircase of Mail. So this allows for you to scale up a little bit more, find that cover of that trip, break that, and not force any type of players trying to run through a decay on that orb to fight back from the Mail. So it allows for you to have a little bit more control on the default at that side. But that's a tell as well from TSM. They heard that land, it missed, but they could be aware now when these orbs land, rather, they could be ready for some mid pressure.
Well, interestingly enough, yeah, they're actually just going to get away with murder here and steal away the orb at B main. Blinn hard focused at mid, but a little late to the party. Will also really not see too much thanks to this poison cloud. So, yeah, once again, it just kind of feels like TSM get what they want in the first 30 seconds, and Blinn are going to be trying to hunt things out with what Sky utility they can connect with.
Dog may have seen GMD though. And Paranoid's already thrown towards main to see if there's anybody moving through on the split. And you saw the peek coming out from Sim, saw nobody, so they could be ready, especially with this camera looking up towards A heaven.
Yeah, but it's going to be a gut check reaction here to the defenders onto A. Flashes through, the spy cam does not get a tag. And Teague makes matters worse. Finds poise for the first. Teleport down to the site for Spaz. Automatically going for the plan. 7
Somebody there.
But Sherb on the site will. GMD there to support. And all of a sudden, Sherbert, the new guy up, comes up with a huge
those
double.
mics off.
And runs this up for a 1v3. It's off. First one's good. Sim on the corner. Sherb, half HP inside sight. Here's the swing, and it's Sherb for 3 in the round. TSM bring us back to within 1.
A simple 3-2-1 swing on top of that from screens and elbow. And it looked like it wasn't gonna be a stronghold for TSM at that A site because he lost poise early, because the one playing towards hell, I think was 7, only had a judge. So Sherb is under heavy attack with just the Spectre and still gets 2K, denies the clock so that GMD could move in and get 2 kills with the Bulldog as support and allow for them to get the player advantage towards the end. Beautiful plays coming out from Sherb and converting the bonus round from TSM. They're 1 away of tying up the game now. Monsi looking for more of a default throw here to throw it towards the billboard with this poison orb. So they could try to start playing this late lurk play. But it's a high-low setup from TSM to watch that angle. So a 2-1-2 setup. The responsibility from Poise, just having to jiggle and play it more passively. But because of that deep smoke, it makes it a little bit more difficult for them to react here on where that pressure is coming from Blinn. So they have to give up this B site and be more proactive towards B main, because they've lost full control of middle for the first 10 seconds.
And the thing is, I mean, if you're TSM, you have to be thinking that we've got full weapon advantage here. And you've got Blinn now all of a sudden 5-man focused on A. Trailblazer takes care of the first trap. Sherb just waiting for his time. Double blast pack in. Okeanos gets splashed up. And now Sherb on the corner, just hitting a crossfire with 7. I mean, that's got to be pure dope for TSM. When your emergency sub steps in, holds on to not 1 but 2 perfect sites, and then team shots with Poise to get us tied at 8. TSM starting to vibe here defensively.
Exactly, that was a beautiful position from Sherb, because that paranoia that was thrown by Spaz at the A ramp fully hit Sim behind the map. So that was a free kill coming up for Okeanos. But you paid attention to where the Raze was satchelating towards to and heard where Okeanos was landing, and he was so focused on trying to take down 7 behind that map that it was a free kill for Sherb. Free kill for Sherb onto Okeanos, was trying to take Sim down behind that map. So well done towards the end. TSM has tied up the game, not giving a chance here for Blinn to get any plans coming through in that previous round. Yeah, even the last 2 rounds.
And this is a big flex round here. 8-8 tie, showstopper out, and ooh, it connects on Okeanos. It nearly got Monzi as well. Down to 5 HP. He's gonna have to go back, find Teague, and get healed up, but a good little proactive call, and the timing works out beautifully for TSM to collect first.
That's just unfortunate, because that was a play that Blinn was trying to do the whole first half. Yet, this time it's a showstopper coming out from Sim, and he gets a contact. Almost a double kill. And that's your space maker gone here with Okeanos down. So Blinn have to now try to work a buddy system. You have to activate somewhere else. Don't think you're going to really try to move down towards this A ramp here when you have the spike on your back, and all this is to try to sell a fake.
And the thing about it is, this is not making TSM sweat at all.
Nope.
I mean, legitimately, they are in a very perfect setup. The only question mark is what's at mid.
Look at GMD instant TP towards the B site. He knew that this was going to be a fake to hit back towards B.
Now 20 seconds of the clock. You got to make a move. Will be a 1v1 contact up top at B tower. Everything else coming down low. Paranoia already spent defensively. Sim wins that aforementioned 1v1 up top at Monzi. A double from inside the site. Time becoming an issue though. Sherb only able to get one of the two. Now the neural theft plus the plant. 2v2, everything resets.
I've got your trail.
Seekers off the off the plant. Information on the last two. The other one's curving towards the spawn though. An opportunity for them to surprise a player. But that's going to reset now.
Yeah. Here we go. A little bit of kill noise. Last piece of utility. And Blinn will be seen. At least one player off of that guiding light. But the contact from Mike is good. Just down to Poise. They do not necessarily know that Poise is on site, but the split is perfect, and Blinn's post plant will hold 9-8 on a flex round that the Pirates are going to be real happy to have.
And that was the thing that was missing from TSM. Again, we talk about how good the protocols are for Blinn and the Pulse Plant to stay in a group where they can play for trades. TSM, they isolated themselves with having Poise out in the open on the rafters when the other one dropped towards Hell. And it could have been some sort of swing that came from New Box and Heaven to capitalize at least a trade onto Mike and give more chances on your end. But it allowed still for Teague on the Pulse Plant to just hide around the map and try to guarantee the round over on Blinn's side. And despite the showstopper kill in the beginning here for TSM, a nice conversion of a 4 versus 5 for Blinn to win the round. Sim pulling on an op though. This is an A site hold with that op. So they can heavy lean on a hold on middle. Because they have a double trip set up on this B site from Sherb. But the smokes are deep.
This GMD hears a lot of this. He's waiting to see if someone will just walk right into this dark cover, but the Boombot does push him out. Oh, but Blinn are just, I mean, it's so tense. Blinn just right on the other side. As soon as this dissipates, GMD is going to be stuck. And now he has to commit to it. There's the check. Oh, well done by Blinn. Good isolation, good first. And now all of a sudden, you have to hope that Sim can rotate over and get this operator in play, because Blinn are going to be flooding in towards this B site. The read onto 7 is decent, but the kill is not there. Now 7 flashing above him, gets another tag onto 1, so stepping into the zone. Oh, maybe got a headshot onto Mike there with the Phantom.
2 players low.
Snake bite, oh, perfectly placed. Paint shells could also deal the killing blow if it does land onto Mike. Not going to happen. Monzi, 1v2, spike collected, holding onto his pit. Poise trying to work his way potentially in, but they just spam him out. No worries. We go back tied at 9.
7 once again. Coming up on top. Despite him only getting one, I mean, he got 2 kills actually out of that, but did enough damage for the rest of TSM to get some util kills on that 2 versus 2. There's a reason why here they're going into these role changes from Poise going into a Viper, 7 into the sky. Just because you're able to move more freely around with 7, and you need the young guns to fire up for TSM. That forces out the timeout now for Blinn. Tying up the game is TSM once again. And going back and forth for the last few rounds forces the first timeout actually ever for this map. As we mentioned it, strong defensive side here for both of these teams. Different setups and different looks with the same composition, but they're both finding great value out of it on their opportunities to play defense.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, it's been tight through and through. I mean, outside of the unfortunate proto medical emergency in map number 2, and Sherb comes in, and I guess technically he goes 4-3, right? I mean, he finished what, 4-11. So
yeah, he was 0-8 when he started.
Yeah.
So yep.
So he's had a good one so far. It just comes down to what really will boil down to the difference between these two squads, because there's not a lot separating them in map 1 and not a lot separating them here in map 3.
This is a nice spot. Yes.
And I don't think when they tried to work the map here that they heard the op shot coming out from Sim yet. And Sim's going to potentially try to take an angle into the staircase down towards sewers. And they'll soon realize that there's no pressure down towards middle. Only a late lurk from Monsi.
Saw someone in chat say, cool stat, TSM has never lost a map when Sherb has played the whole map.
We'll see. We'll see.
Good.
We'll see.
We love stats
For
like
now.
that, though.
Yeah, of course. Those are the easy ones that I like to hang on to.
Well,
There's the op.
yeah, problem is there's no exit. GMD at least takes a second. What? Mike just hoping, spraying, and praying. And then all of a sudden, through mid, Monzi collects headshots onto Sherb. So now it's full weaponry. Seven, though, taps it away. What is this round of Valorant? Seekers have come through. Monzi's going to get read by it, having a little bit of trouble with the Seeker. And he's moving loudly, and he gets caught with a knife out. Wow, what a round as TSM get to 10 first.
Oh my God, 7 when he needs to step up once again. Because that, I was like, what the hell is happening? Great shots coming out from, I think that was Mikey with the Guardian, right?
Yep.
GMD was just trying to place a one-way smoke so he could try to stay alive, and yet, from the place that he did it, they just guessed the shot for Mikey and picked him off. And that allowed it and unraveled everything to an advantage of Blinn on a lower buy. They only had pistols pretty much and a Guardian. And everybody was losing their duels until 7 was able to save that round. All right, I know.
Dude, I'll tell you,
Vance. On B. Yeah, what's up?
This Blinn team is not to be taken lightly with Western weapons. They have been close to pulling Thrifties a number of times in this series so far.
Yeah, and remember, if you're only watching Blinn now and you've missed out on the mid-season cup, they're also a team in the mid-season cup that took TTR to 3 maps.
Yeah, true.
And if I'm not mistaken, they also beat TTR on this map too.
Yep, sure did. 13-9, I believe is what it's felt. Oh, these guys are exciting. Paint shells over the top. That just rains down in towards the site. A little bit of chip damage at best. Trailblazer also clears out the corner. Poise just one peek before the dark cover comes through. Now it's just down to what can you spam out? The answer, absolutely nothing. Blinn find their entry. On in towards A. Spike going to be planted behind us, and the defense has to scramble to make their way back over.
What they need to do right now for TSM is just contain to heaven as well. You can't just have Poised up here because you have a lot of utility for the Flood retake. Paranoia, paint shells. You need to throw this from heaven. And it starts.
Paranoia also comes through. Some damage now. Okeanos responds with the showstopper. Decent trade from Sim, but it's just not flat out enough. 7 last one left. Oh, swaps over to a quick Vandal. Makes good use of it. But now running out of time, running out of health, and running out of ammunition for the 1v2. Has a decent look over towards Monzi, but Spaz, the one behind the billboard, cleans it up, and Blinn tie us back up. Now back and forth, up to 10.
Yeah, and Monzi was basically the insurance, rather, amidst the chaos. Because you're able to give the site very easily, give up the site fairly easily for TSM, Blinn was just planning for heaven freely. And then when you're anchoring towards that site and keeping those players focused here on a battle towards A main, you just saw Monzi slip through towards the A ramp so that if it comes down to a 1v1, he's going to be able to play the time and a spike out in the open for him. Blinn, though, doing a great job just anchoring, using a showstopper to delay even more on their side and tied the game once more. So on a third map that it goes back and forth like this, you're loving what you're seeing so far. Trying to set up the sounds. The Paranoia should be coming through to assist a little bit too late.
Cover going out.
It looks like TSM don't want to push forward to try to fight back. So they're okay to play the numbers advantage on a 4 versus 3.
Absolutely. It's a decent trade in the first 10 seconds, so I think you take that and run. But this does stretch them out just a touch with Sim off the map. And if you're Blinn, you have to try to stretch the defense further if you can. Legitimately, can you find a way to bait someone off of a site? That could be maybe the opportunity for them to get back in this 3v4, especially considering that Sherb is pretty much stuck having to play this A corner off of his trap wire with the judge. That's his only option. So really, this is going to be a 3v3 if they don't go A.
What I'm liking here is the camera wasn't able to get shot and that we never actually went for the ping with Sherb, just to make sure here that you're not letting the Cypher know that you're really set up towards this side. Jump spots are coming through from B main. GMD just spotted it and had to smoke it out. And about to cross against them.
Teleport comes into sight, 7 up top, GMD down low, and it's not a peek that happens really together. It caught off of the animation from the Paranoia. Spaz also gets taken out. So just down to Mike, 1v4. And 7 will even make life a little bit more difficult with an extra tag through the smoke. 12 seconds to the clock. Not much to happen here as Mike will just back away and save.
You got a call from the IGL to make sure that he saves his weapon for the next. They could have a pretty decent buy going to the next one. I mean, Spaz and Monsi are low, but you could still have some Guardian buys that showed to be advantageous and almost converted for Blinn the last time around. When it's coming down to these final moments. That's where it gets important. Do you want to buy around that saved weapon? And it will be to a point where you could support the Vandal and buy in case you lose a round to try to force this into overtime. So big important call coming out here from the IGL over at Blind's side, and it's just a stinger so far. And Mike with a classic armor. That's ballsy, and Monty as well. I'm not against it. I'm definitely not against it because their classics were ringing last time.
Yeah, it's just how do you figure you can isolate out a defender to pick up a weapon with what this setup looks like right now? That's really got to be a lot of the thinking, and they try to find someone over through mid, but no one's home. So you can at least use this position as a bit of a setup, and you know you've got mid ramp control, but honestly speaking, that's not going to be enough with what TSM have put together here on their defensive setup.
Yeah. But they are giving the rifle that they saved to Okeanos to use it as a hero rifle. Unfortunately, though, for him, he's not going to really be able to create that, set that pace, because he's just watching for rotates first while the rest are trying to use util to try to flush out the opponents. In a second or third attempt to try to shoot the outlaw, missed. But Sim could continue to be aggressive here, because even if he misses a shot and they try to find a timing against him, he's got the showstopper.
Shell's paranoia, TSM pushing to reclaim this high ground, but okay, there's one weapon. That could be useful for the 4v4, especially since the Vandal's still in play. Sim still whiffing here. Showstopper out, but got check for reaction. Doesn't land for too much. Trades are defensive onside the site. Sim making the most of a classic that he's left with. Still trying to find the rest of Blinn, and they eventually find Mike below the rafters, and that will be enough for sure to finish off Monzi to get it to series point for TSM.
Oh my gosh, I was getting very close. Because you saw there, he had the insurance once again with that showstopper, yet it still missed. Didn't get any contact, and he was under heavy fire, and thankfully, the rest of TSM have already rotated by them to help out. And this puts TSM now at map and series point. But because we had a good buy for Blinn to make sure that they had a good economy for this round, and they have an opportunity to go for objective to get Seekers, they may have a chance here to salvage these last two rounds, although the default is a 1-3-1. With the Sky throwing an early flash on this middle. Just trying to keep TSM at bay.
Well, the thing is, TSM don't have to necessarily do crazy, because you have the Seekers to find re-control if you need to. Instead, they're going to stack the box here at mid. Paranoia gets thrown maybe a little bit too late for TSM to take advantage of it, but they still walk away a 2-for-1 trade. And that may be good enough, especially considering the tools that are still available.
And the opportunity to try to go for Seekers and information in the late round, all denied.
Oh.
Spike down mid.
Oh, and Monty's been seen. Oh, but not enough ammunition for Poise to finish the kill. So this would be a 1v4 here, Vanson. Well, the issue is Seekers Trailblazer will confirm that Monty's still at mid. Still plenty of time that you can work this.
And they'll just group up. I mean, they got the trips towards the main, they got the camera on A, and then they could be heavy lean towards B. You just have to play. I mean, you might move down later on as, to try to get a hat on top of that, but there's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
TSM's trying to really play not to lose here because they're not even peeking into mail.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. That's going to activate the rotate. You already see Sherb also rotating back towards middle, trying to pop with the camera, knows that it's not towards the A side. Now he can throw the hat.
And at this point, it's just double swinging him, huh? Monty up top. Okay, gets the first, nothing more though. And TSM with a really dire set of circumstances through map 2, with Proto having to leave for a medical emergency of some sort. We obviously hope he's okay. But Sherb steps in and says, I got you, brother. Playing on characters that he has not played in his competitive history, and I am sure the rest of the TSM boys are giving him max dope right now. He goes positive in both maps after joining. Heck of a performance for Sherb to help TSM get their win.
I mean, look at him smile so far, right? And all of TSM definitely giving praise. You saw Sim and Seven just moving his lips here just to probably give props here to Sherb. Seven's super happy about that. You can definitely see it. They really wanted this for TSM, and to turn it around with Sherb as a last-minute sub to get that victory is huge. Very, very nicely done. And there you go. I was going to say that stat stays true. TSM has never lost a map with Sherb playing the whole map.
Production cooked. credit to whoever said that in chat. I saw you. I don't remember what your name was, but it was funny. It made me laugh. Made me laugh twice. Yeah, great stuff. I mean, it really, you know, you boil down this entire series, and it's hard to look at Breeze with really any sort of like coincidental kind of conversations outside of what happened in the second half, which, hey, Sherb joins and they lose, what, 2 of the 6 rounds that they got a chance to play? Yeah. It just, the tally was just too much to deal with from the first half deficit. But, I mean, the first map, both teams are going to look back on and say there are a handful of rounds here where we could have definitely won. I think Blinn in particular is going to look and say, wow, I mean, if you give us a chance to run this same execute again, we probably find success with it. It was just a couple of special players making special plays. Tuesday, you know how it goes.
What's up, brother? But yeah, big shout out to Kenot. They were the person there that put that cool stat. But Sierra, time for you to yap.
Yeah, I want to yap a little bit too, guys. Thank you so much for the invitation to join your yap session.
Hey, welcome to the party.
Thank you. I mean, great stuff. I was kind of worried with Split. Just, I mean, obviously when you have that loss on a Broder, bringing in a sub, this is match 3. Could have wondered if maybe the morale would be a little bit down. TSM, maybe if the sub was unfamiliar, how it would go down. But TSM really just having the best of the situation. Of course, sure, being able to step up to the occasion was definitely appreciated. But was it TSM that all around here shift? I mean, this was a nice little turnaround from what we got to see from Breeze.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is I'm initially still surprised that TSM are like, hey, Sherb, can you just play Sentinel? Like, can you play Cypher here? Instead of being like, you know, maybe give him the leash to play Skye, you know, as an initiator. And his competitive history doesn't show a lot of Skye either, for what it's worth. But, you know, it's just one of those things that, you know, put him on a role maybe he's more familiar with. But, you know, at the other side of the conversation is TSM look at him and go, hey, can you play Cypher? He goes, I could put setups around me and play a judge in the corner if I absolutely have to at worst. And did that a couple of times. But, you know, I think the thing about it is it's not just Sherb. I mean, we kind of saw in Breeze when Sherb did get subbed in, Sim started to play a little bit better. You had Seven also pop off a couple of different times, and go figure, they're your 2 kill leaders and KD leaders here in this map as well. But, you know, Sherb served his purpose beyond more than expectations, I think. And TSM to be really pumped about the fact that they were able to get a guy that could hold his own like that as an Island Sentinel when he doesn't even play that role. So, yeah, good stuff for TSM to just keep composure.
I'm on the other end, though. If you're asking me the question if Sher could play Cypher, yes, he can, because he had great position also around the site, was able to find great success to support his teammates too, great trips to find information. The center cameras, yes, there's nothing more he could add to that, but the way that he was playing and getting these kills, and also the way he was anchored towards that backside in that bonus round that they had when he had a Spectre and 2 kills on top of that to allow GMD to rotate over to get 2 more with his Bulldog, that shows to me that, you know, you're comfortable with having less utility in your hands, because usually as an initiator, if you have to take matter into your own hands, you can flash for yourself just like Seven did, yet with less utility on your side, you're still able to put up some numbers. I think the answer is yes.
As well, even because, I mean, obviously we did get to see Sherb step up on the Cypher and do great things here. But I think I actually, thinking back on it, would have been a little bit more worried had TSM did switch their comp up, considering that they're going to be more used to this other core 4 doing these certain executes, how they're playing together. And if you're trying to bring somebody newer into the squad, I kind of imagine Shift would be easier to, well, exactly like you said, here, put up some trips, sit in the corner with the judge, and just kind of do your thing.
Yeah, I mean, there is the level, and again, we're, you know, just kind of tossing stuff around to see what sticks on the wall, but there's a lot of different things that can be talked about, and there is this element of, hey, you're a player stepping into a very well thought out system, which, you know, we asked a couple of questions at the beginning of this matchup. Is TSM a more protocol-based team now? Because that's where they were missing out in stage number 1. And maybe with Sherb having to step in, that just locks in our answer that these guys are a more complete, systematic squad that should be taken more seriously, and maybe to the potential that we built them up to in stage 1. So very excited about the future of TSM, whether it's with or without Sherb.
Well, as for now, get an opportunity to talk to TSM and bring Poise on the line to chat a little bit about that best of 3 series. So first off, I have to say here, Poise, if you can hear me, I don't know if you can hear. Yeah, now we can.
Yeah,
I can see you now.
I can hear you.
Perfect. I know that was definitely a very different series than a lot of us expected. A couple of unusual circumstances, but you get the win. Start week 1 off, and good luck. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling great, honestly. You know, like, we never had to play with sub before, so we didn't have any experience of like how to deal with it, or like he didn't know the setups and all. So feeling great that we were able to win with him. You know, we taught him the setups right away, got him comfortable, and the whole team honestly still played like it was another scrim. Everyone kept their heads like leveled, and we played great.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure nobody could have imagined that it was going to be a sub taking place for today, and it was curious then seeing Sherb, who we didn't really have a lot of background information on, join in. So I want to know behind the scenes how much scrimming practice you got to have with him, or if it was truly like Sherb just kind of having to do the best in the situation, which he did great, by the way.
Yeah, he did amazing. And honestly, we needed a sub at the last second of the season, so we've had zero experience with him. You know, we got a last second sub, and he just kind of showed up, did his thing, and he played great. Like, he filled in the role perfectly. You know, he had a huge, like, 3K on the bonus. Was a really big part of helping us win that match. So, you know, shout out to Sherb, man. Shout out to Sherb.
Twitch chat was going nuts, rightfully so, like hashtag Shine Sherb and all of this stuff too. And being able to see him step up on the Cypher was really nice, because we were kind of curious if we were going to maybe see role swaps happening, considering that in his time with his own team, he's more so playing this initiator role. Was it ever sort of a situation, or more so, hey, we have this 4 that know how to run this with these types, we're not going to mess with that, and he has to kind of deal with the Cypher?
So that was our exact conversation right before the match. Like, we were saying, should we just put Johan or Seven on Cypher because there's a lot of experience on it, and then Sherb was our initiator. But we've been playing well on the map, and Johan's been good at like initiating in the middle of the map, like directing and stuff. So we just wanted to keep it the same, and we thought filling in like a Sentinel or Lurk would be a lot easier in the moment. And yeah, it worked out.
Glad to hear. I do, of course, want to talk a little bit about that Breeze. Sorry to bring that one up. And we've seen that TSM's been pretty strong on it in the past, and Blinn we didn't really have the most knowledge on, and they ended up really showing up there. Did they maybe catch you off guard a little bit, or what kind of happened on that second map?
Honestly, I feel like early in the game we were set up really well for a lot of their strats. I think we kind of just missed shots, and then once we missed shots, we kind of started getting a little tilted. You know, they started getting on a heater. Okeanos started with a 4K, so he wasn't missing at all. He started like 16 and 4, so I think we missed shots. They got on a heater, but also we played very similar, so I think we did get counter-shotted, and you know, we're gonna have to work on that a little bit. But I think that was pretty much it. You know, we missed shots. They got on a heater. We didn't play our game as we should have, and it kind of just spiraled out of control like Valorant does sometimes.
That definitely it can do that, but I'm glad that everyone was able to regroup for Split and this week off on a win. Congratulations again on the Wii, and I'll let you go. Have a good rest of your night. I'll see you next week, okay?
All right, thank you so much. You as well.
Thank you. As for us, definitely an up and down series to be kicking off our day, and there's still one more on the horizon. It's going to be Core going up against Turtle Troop after the break.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? You make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
how that just happened.
fret a match about losing. That would be a drag. Valkyrie extending to re-engage.
This is your champion.
Let me introduce you to the skies. Then I'll introduce you to the ground.
What up, what up, what up?
Hello.
I'm calling the ball. Let's go. I love this part!
Stick together. Let's land loot over there and then go into the middle of third party. I'm gonna go in the middle this one. Coming.
They're one tap.
Reloading. Countdown. Nice. We're already inside the next ring. Bogey in my crosshairs.
First blood.
First blood. Chaos begins. Shields recharging. Bandit here. Reloading. Squad 1 bogey down. Reloading. Bogey's dead.
Where's the teammates? Hey, don't go in yet. I'm out there.
Need a backpack. Hold on. Charge shield.
Alright, let's go third party in the middle.
Cool. Safe to touch down. We're already in the next ring.
I need a hop up. Turbocharger.
Come on, let's go. Still fighting.
Energy ammo here.
We're up ahead, southwest.
Care package being
Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Come on, get close.
Bogey spotted. Get ready, squad.
Nice.
Bogey's dead. Reloading.
Alright, let's go find the rest of the team.
Another bogey.
They're gonna go for the care package.
Bogey here. Getting help.
Get back. Hey, dude. Nothing. Come on, get back. Come on, bro. Alright, whatever, just cross him later.
We were pushing.
We're getting third parties. Oh my god. Whatever, I'll cross you.
I I thought you were pushing forward. That's my fault.
Many steps to go.
No. There's 2 teams coming in.
Replicator there. Touchdown and fuel up.
Where's the nearest crafter? God damn it.
Replicator there. Touchdown and fuel up. Next ring's not close. Replicator incoming. Replicator there. Touchdown and fuel up. Let's check that quadrant.
And we can fly out of here. Oh no. Come.
Burn is good. Coming here back for the traveling with small children. This is a blood sport. What's wrong with you?
you don't draw too much attention.
Reloading. Bandit bot farm.
Alright, we gotta walk through. Come on. You can loot his body.
Let's scan this area.
Come on, come. Heal up.
Health drone if you need it. Just a scare. 1 second. Let's contact with enemy.
Taking fire.
Come on.
Well,
Patching myself up a bit. I'm down.
Unfortunate.
Replicator being delivered.
replicator incoming.
One coming from the storm. One's coming from the storm. From behind you, looting my body right now. No wonder you play by yourself.
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
This next match goes out to all me fans back on Salvo.
Introducing your champion.
You know what I look like? Come find me.
It's about to get a little loud, fellas.
Ring console over there. Can you feel the speed? Ah, forget it. Let's go over there. I'm bored here. Lucky for you, I've got some extra supplies here.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Looky here, lads. We're inside the ring.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Game bloody on, fellas.
New kill leader appointed.
Must go faster!
New kill leader. Eyes out, farm. Got a shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
Champion out.
Light Ultimate's ready. Let's give these jokers a show.
Care package being...
Check out that open door.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Over there looks fun.
Got some extra supplies. Backpack here. Level 2.
Found an extended energy mag here. Level 1. Yeah, we should check that out.
Might be some hostile spotted. Nemesis here. Contact hostile.
Over there. I'm down. No way. Stand back. Let's go.
Alright, we're playing one more. And we're out.
I'm ready. Let's get the job done.
Join me, Fly Fighter. Fight strong.
Dick.
Let's go find them all.
Introducing your champion.
Good. I'm the jump master. Let's land here. Get ready. Moving up.
break off! What are you doing? Bro, there's no way you landed directly next to me, you fucking moron.
Throwing Arc Star.
Sarah, all inside this ring.
Frag out.
Enemy taken out. Broke their shield now. Broke their shield now. Pop that taking fire. On your feet. Lifeline, got your back. Left one down and a boom boom. Level up. This upgrade.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Energy ammo here.
Healing my wound.
Patching myself up.
I'm upgraded and ready to jump. Say one, we're all inside this ring.
Healing my wound.
Barrel stabilizer, yeah. Level 2. Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
Sniper stock here. Level
I
3.
need a hop up. Turbocharger. Gonna check for loot here. Hemlock here.
Evil Harvester here. Punching a tunnel.
Champion eliminated.
The champion fell. Portal placed.
Backpack here. Level 2. Spotted. Taking fire. Electronic illegal. Just a second. 1 second. Just giving my shields a recharge.
I fucking stuck on? That is actually dumb. You guys should probably run. There's so many teams. Damn, nice shot.
Kill leader eliminated.
Nice try. All right, last one, I guess. All right. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. Let's see.